Roll please be seated. All right. 8th Judicial District Court, Department 12, Canal Specialty Officer Michelle Levitt presiding.
Okay, good
Come to
morning.
order to be seated, please.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hebner had to step out, but with your permission, I can just start. if that's
Sure.
okay.
Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Anastasia Barton.
Anastasia.
If you'll please watch your step. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Anastasia Barton, Anastasia
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist trainee at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Laboratory in the biology and DNA detail.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked for Metro for approximately 8 years. I've held various positions during that time frame. I started as a forensic laboratory assistant, and then I promoted to forensic lab aide in October of 2016 until I promoted to forensic laboratory technologist in the biology and DNA detail in July of 2018. And I held that position for approximately 4.5 years until I promoted to forensic scientist training, and that is my current title. I've had that title for approximately 2 years.
Okay, so it sounds like in 2022 you were a forensic technologist for the DNA lab
Yes, that is correct.
for Metro.
Yes.
What does that person do, a forensic technologist?
A forensic laboratory technologist is the person who will receive items of evidence, examine them for the possible presence of bodily fluids or DNA, test those items for DNA and put them through a lab processing. And once a DNA profile is generated, that is when a forensic scientist comes in to interpret the data that came from the samples that I have lab processed.
So you're coming in contact as a forensic technologist with the actual evidence, like swabs or actual physical pieces of evidence,
Yes, that's correct.
and you receive that evidence in sealed evidence bags.
Yes, that's correct.
Is part of your responsibilities checking to make sure that the bag is properly sealed and no one has tampered with it before you open it and start dealing with the evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
When you are dealing with the evidence, are you wearing like regular clothes, or do you wear some sort of protective clothing in order to avoid contamination?
I wear personal protective equipment, and that is my lab coat, my face mask, as well as my gloves. We also use sterile procedures in the form of cleaning our bench space and laying down sterile filter paper and always working evidence before known samples.
And when you say always working evidence before known samples, can you explain for the members of the jury what that means and why that's important?
Yes, evidence samples are items of evidence that are collected from a crime scene. They are also known as question samples sometimes, and that is because we don't know the source of whose DNA could possibly be on them. They are from a crime scene. Whereas a reference standard or a known, or usually it's called a buccal swab, Those are known samples because we know where they came from. If a buccal swab is submitted, that is a standard. It is coming from inside the person's cheek. So they take a cotton tip swab and they'll swab the inside of that person's mouth. And it is considered a known standard, a reference standard, because I know whose cheek it was collected from.
And so obviously it's important to keep reference samples separate and apart from questioned evidence to avoid any possibility of contamination.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you get an item of evidence that, say, is like a swab or a cutting or something like that, what does it look like when you're doing your work, or you were doing your work as a forensic technologist?
The item of evidence, it really depends on what it is. First, there are different packages that an item may be placed and contained inside. Bigger items might be in a cardboard box or a paper bag. Smaller items can be in manila envelopes. So you start by examining the outside of the package first and documenting the seals and the integrity of the package to make sure it's intact. And then, depending on what the item is, when you open the package, you will verify that whatever is listed on the outside of the package, there will be like an inventory of the items that is inside that package. You will verify that anything that is in that package is correct with what you were expecting and what was requested for analysis. So usually like swabs, smaller items, there will be smaller envelopes inside of a larger outside envelope.
Okay. And then do you do something with the items of evidence, like put them in a test tube, or how do you extract the potential DNA source?
Yes, any sample that I take, depending on if it's a cutting I have taken or I've consumed an entire swab for my testing that has been submitted, they will all go into a test tube, and there will be a reagent blank that is controlling for that sample, for that extraction set, and those will all be in tubes from that point. So the item of evidence is separate from the extraction.
Okay. And there's sort of a control within that to make sure that the testing went through correctly and that there wasn't any kind of variability in the testing?
That's correct. I believe I mentioned reagent blank when I mentioned extraction. Those are samples that have absolutely no DNA in them. They are just part of the sample set. So I'll have maybe 10 samples that I'm working. There are 10, swabs, for example, that I've cut. So there's 10, and then there's 2 reagent blanks that are initiated. So all of the reagents, all the chemicals that I am adding for that extraction process will be added to all of them. So that ensures that the chemicals that we are introducing into all of the samples, we have control for them. We know that there's not expected to be DNA present in those because it's just a regular blank tube with those chemicals.
Okay, and so you can tell if everything's functioning properly, because if your reagent blank showed the presence of DNA, you would know like something went wrong in the testing process?
That is correct. The reagent blanks are a method to check our quality control to make sure that a blank is blank, that there is no DNA detected in that sample. We also have negative and positive controls later on in the process to ensure, again, that the chemicals that we're using, that they're working properly, and as well as our instruments are working properly.
Okay, so I want to talk about this case now. What items of evidence did you work on or conduct, I guess, the forensic testing process on in terms of this case?
For this case, I was requested to examine fingernail clippings from the right hand and the left hand of the decedent, as well as a swab from the right hand and the left hand, a swab from a left ankle and a left foot. And there was also a reference standard, that is that known sample that was submitted, and that was from the decedent Jeffrey Gehrman.
Okay, so all of your samples were fingernail clippings, hand swabs, a swab from the left ankle, and a buccal swab from Mr. Gehrman himself.
There was also a left foot.
Left foot,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
All of those, fair to say, were collected at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay. And all of those items, I assume, are separated by location, like the left fingernail clippings aren't thrown in with the right fingernail clippings, that sort of thing? Correct.
Everything that is impounded is expected to be in its own separate package. And if I were to notice some kind of discrepancy, it would have been documented. A CSA or a detective would have been notified. But in this case, the items that were listed on the outer package matched the description of the envelopes that I received, and everything was packaged separately. So the right fingernails were in a separate envelope from the left hand fingernails, from the right hand, from the left hand, and then there was a separate package that had the left foot swab and the left ankle swab, and the swab from the decedent, Jeffrey Garman, was also in a separate package.
Okay. And you keep all of those samples from the various locations separate when you're doing testing as well?
Yes, that is correct. We and I only examine one item of evidence at a time, and that is to ensure that we're keeping the integrity of our work process. So once I am starting and finishing up an item of evidence, I will change my gloves. I will clean that bench space. I will lay down a new filter paper, and I do this every single time for every single case.
Okay. So when you are working with an item of evidence, and in this case, the items that you just listed, do you do any kind of preliminary test for the presumption of blood?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what that is?
When there is a stain that is indicative that the stain could possibly be blood, usually there'll be a stain on an item that would have a reddish brown color to it. I will perform what is known as a PT test. It is a chemical test for blood, and what that is a color test. So I will test a small portion of like a stain, if there's a stain present, and if the color changes pink, then it is positive, and it is a presumptive test. So it was positive for the presumptive blood test, and if there's no color change, then it is just negative. It's a negative presumptive blood test.
So I want to leave aside the reference sample, the buccal swab of Mr. Garman, but in terms of the swabs of the hands, the fingernails, and the left ankle and left foot, what were what did that presumptive test reveal about those items of evidence in terms of whether they were presumptive for blood?
All those tests turned pink, so there was indication that it's positive. So it was documented to be positive presumptive blood test for all those samples.
Okay. And you said that you also had the buccal swab of Mr. Garman. I assume that wasn't positive for blood. That came from his mouth?
That was not tested for blood. That would not provide any contextual information if the decedent was bleeding or not. And that is just cut and processed into the extraction process.
Okay. And you, at the time you were doing your testing, did you have a reference sample from someone identified as Robert Tellis?
I did not.
Okay. So you only had the samples collected from autopsy?
I also received, there were handbags that were packaged, but those were not requested for analysis, so they were documented as being in the package and received but not examined. And I also received a package that had shoes, but they were not requested for analysis.
Okay. After I assume you did testing on all those items for DNA, the presence of DNA.
Yes, all the items that were requested.
All the items that were requested, which included the swabs of the hands, the fingernails, and the left ankle and left foot?
Yes.
Okay. After you complete your testing, there's data generated on each of those items. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. We do have several steps throughout the lab processing. The first step can be the screening process. The second would be extraction, where we apply chemicals and heat in order to break those cells open. And then there's a quantitation step to determine the amount of DNA that may be present in those samples. And that gives us an indication of the quality of the sample, whether or not there's inhibition present or degradation present. There's different values that can be interpreted. And then there are additional steps like amplification, where we make many copies of that sample in order to have enough DNA to produce a profile. And lastly, we put it on an instrument to generate a DNA profile. So in this case, I sampled the items, I extracted them, I put them on the instrument for quantitation, but I did not interpret the data or continue the lab processing portion going forward. Another person in the lab, a forensic scientist, stepped in and continued that process.
Okay, yeah, you got my next question. So that very last step of the interpretation, that was done by a different individual at the Metro Lab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Could I just have the clerk's indulgence for 1 second? I think that is it. Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Barton, at the time that you performed these tests, you were acting as a forensic laboratory technologist trainee, correct?
No, that is not correct. I was a forensic laboratory technologist. My current position is forensic scientist trainee.
Okay, so you're currently then a forensic trainee as we speak.
Yes, I am finishing up the 2-year process, at which point I will promote to forensic scientist 1.
You had testified that presumptive blood tests were performed upon the samples provided to you.
Yes, I did.
Those were of the hands of the decedent?
Those were on all of the evidence samples that I have tested, the fingernail clippings and all of the swabs from the hands, the left and the right, the left ankle and the left foot. Those were all tested for the possible presence of blood.
Now, as to the test, the presumptive blood tests on the hands, were they from both the left and right hands, or were there separate presumptive tests as to each hand?
Each hand. They were individually packaged, so one was worked separately from the other. So when I take my bench paper and I open my envelope and I describe what it looks like and I document the staining present, at that point I will make certain determinations for if there's staining present. Do I want to test this for the possible presence of blood? Yes, I do. It's characteristic of possibly containing blood, and I will test that sample. I will cut it and put it in the tube, at which point everything goes away. The envelope, the swab, envelope that contained that swab will go into that package. I will bleach down my area. I will lay down a new filter paper. Then that next sample comes out once that area has been cleaned and a bench paper has been applied. Then I will start the process over again, documenting what that staining is, what that swab looks like, or fingernail clippings, whatever was submitted. I start over kind of fresh. So those were tested for the possible presence of blood separately.
As to the hands, was there a presumptive positive for both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes, that is correct.
As far as the fingernails, was there a presumptive test done on each fingernail, or were the fingernails grouped together?
The fingernails from each hand were grouped together. So there were fingernails from the right hand and the left hand. So each individual fingernail was not collected separately. It was collected by hand. But the left and the right were in separate envelopes. Yes.
Same question concerning the left ankle. Presumptive positive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But not the right ankle, or that was not submitted to you for presumptive testing?
That's correct. I didn't receive a request for analysis for a right ankle.
Same question concerning the left foot, presumptive positive?
Yes.
For blood?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing was submitted to you for the right foot?
That's correct. It was not requested for analysis.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just one question.
Ms. Barton, you said you're a trainee for Forensic Scientist 1.
I'm a forensic scientist trainee. It is the entry-level position of that classification. Forensic laboratory technologist has different job duties and responsibilities, as I've described, receiving the evidence and doing the lab processing. When you become a forensic scientist, you're then trained on analyzing data and statistics, calculations, and report writing. So I kind of shift gears a little bit. However, I can perform the entire process all the way through. I am fully trained.
Okay. And the person who, in this case, who ended up analyzing the data that you got from these items of evidence, that's sort of the job that you're going to have next, right? The
Yes.
interpretation.
Yes, that's correct. It's the job I currently do. I do
correct.
perform interpretation. However, my classification is trainee. I have finished the training program. I am signed off for independent casework. I have taken qualifying exams and proficiency tests even in order to test my competency in that skill set that I have developed since promoting.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have no follow-up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so
here
much.
today. You may step down and or excuse from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And the state may call our next witness.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Kolodine.
remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Melanie Kolenovic, MELANIE KOLJENOVIC.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm a forensic laboratory forensic scientist employed with the biology DNA detail at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked in the DNA lab?
I've been full-time since January of 2020.
Okay. You were working in the lab then in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And your position, what does that mean you did day to day?
When I started in 2020, I was a forensic laboratory technologist, which consisted of receiving items of evidence, screening or examining them, and then performing lab processing on them. Currently, I'm a forensic laboratory scientist trainee, which consists of the same thing, except I'm also in training to be a forensic scientist.
And the last part of the training would be the person who analyzes the data?
That's correct.
When you were a technologist, you were handling items of evidence and doing extractions and that sort of thing on it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. We just heard from your colleague describe that process, so I'm probably not going to repeat that with you. In 2022, though, you were the technologist, so you were dealing with items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, when you were dealing with items of evidence, did you wear any kind of protective clothing in order to avoid contamination or that sort of thing?
Yes, I wear a lab coat. My hair is kept up in a bun away from my shoulders and my face. I also wear a mask and I wear gloves, which I change regularly throughout the examination and lab processing process.
Okay. Now, in this case, you were dealing with several items of evidence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us I don't know if you have it memorized or with counsel's permission, if she could refer to a report. Can you kind of list out the items of evidence that you dealt with in this particular case?
I did perform 2 examinations of different unit records. Would you like both of them or just one at a time?
One at a time, I
Okay.
think.
May I refer to my report? Thank you. So for the first one, I received in one package a swab from the interior side of the left gray shoe, a swab from the bottom of a left gray shoe, swab from the interior side partial right gray shoe, swab from a piece of black, white, and gray rubber, swab from a handle of scissors, which was referred to as AB5, swab from handle of scissors, which was referred to as AB6. Another package contained a swab from an interior blade of a Husky folding knife. And then in another package was 5 tan straw hat pieces.
Okay. So let's start with the shoes. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 263 and then states 272. Do those items look familiar to you?
They do not, because when I say a swab from, that actually means I just received like a cotton swab from the actual item. I did not receive the item or actually look at the item or determine where to swab. The swabs were given to me by the person who analyzed the shoe and swabbed that.
So we have testimony from a crime scene analyst who worked in the field. So sometimes they would swab a piece of evidence and then you just see the Q-tip or the swab that's been impounded?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's labeled for you so you know what the swab relates to. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So with regard to what was labeled to you as a left gray shoe, interior side, and then the bottom of the left gray shoe, did you do any presumptive tests for blood on what was identified to you as left gray shoe swabs?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
May I please refer to my, thank you. So for the interior left side?
The interior side of the, left gray shoe.
And that's lab item 13.
That is lab item 13.
Okay. That was negative presumptive blood.
Okay. And what about from the bottom of that left gray shoe?
That was also negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. You also received a swab from the interior side of a partial right gray shoe?
Yes.
And also pieces, I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 274. What was identified to you as pieces of black, white, and gray rubber?
Yes.
With regard to, let's go back to the partial right gray shoe, what was that in terms of whether it was presumptive for blood or not?
The swab from the partial right shoe was the positive presumptive for blood.
And then putting again states 274, with regard to the pieces of black, white, and gray rubber, what was the presumptive, what did the presumptive test tell you?
Positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. In addition, you swabbed some scissors, is that, or you received swabs from scissors?
I received swabs from
Yes.
scissors.
I got to get that straight. How were the scissors described to you, or well, they were identified, I guess, the swabs as AB5 and AB6, is that fair?
Yes, specifically from the handle of the scissors.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 259. And I think we can see there's a evidence marker there that says AB5. And then this is states 261, which also has a marker of AB6. With regard to those two swabs that you received, can you tell me whether or not they were positive, presumptive for blood?
Both swabs for AB5 and AB6 were positive presumptive for blood.
And then you were asked to do a presumptive test on an interior blade of a Husky folding knife. I'm putting on the overhead states 256. What was your finding whether or not the knife was positive?
The knife was negative presumptive, or the knife swab that I received was negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. And so the scissors were positive, but just to be clear, the knife itself was negative.
The swab I received, yes, was negative.
Okay. You also received items or from a hat. This is states 285.
Those I did physically receive. So I physically received the hat pieces.
Okay. So you would have done the swabbing on those?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I assume, well, actually I should ask you, how do you do the swabbing on that type of item?
So this item was impounded differently than how this photo shows. So the items that I received all of them in a large box where each individual hat piece, as you see on the screen, was in its own individual brown paper bag. Per our policy, we do not have lab items opened at the same time. So with the approval from DNA management, because we didn't know where the interior lining of the hat would be, I had approval to swab the lining of each piece with one swab. So the way that looked, to keep with our procedures of not having multiple items opened at once, was I had clean butcher paper down, I was in my PPE, and I would open up one item, I would examine it to determine if there's any possible staining, or to see if it had that interior lining that we were looking for, and then I would swab that with a clean swab, and that would go into a clean label tube. That hat piece would then be put away, the area would be cleaned, and another hat piece would be opened up to determine if there was a lining there. There was only 2 hat pieces that had lining, so the only 2 of them were swabbed with the same swab, and that went into one tube.
Okay. And with regard to the hat, did you do that presumptive test for blood?
On certain stains that I noted, but not on the swab itself.
Okay. And with the stains that you did do, what were the findings?
Those stains were negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. Now, you did additional work on other items of evidence, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And many of those items, or several of them, were swabs taken from a vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's the same thing where obviously you don't have the car in front of you. You got swabs or like Q-tips of what was done by a crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also get or examine clothing that was collected?
Yes.
And I'm going to put on the overhead states 166. And did that clothing include Sperry shoes, like a right shoe and a left shoe?
Yes.
And did it also include a shirt and shorts?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received swabs taken from the crime scene, or identified to you as taken from a crime scene?
That's correct, yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 149. Now the swabs that you work samples on with regard to those items, were they labeled to you as AB3, AB4, and AB5?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and they were identified as being taken from AB3 as a bush, AB4 as a bush, and AB5 as a butterfly?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to kind of go back on these a little bit. The swabs that were all taken from the car, were any of those presumptive for blood?
They were all negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. Now, with regard to the Sperry shoes, what were the findings with regard to whether they were positive or negative for blood?
I identified several stains on the shoes, and of the stains I tested, they were positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. What about the T-shirt?
The T-shirt, also of the stains that I identified, were positive presumptive for blood.
And what about the shorts?
As well as the shorts, the stains that I identified were positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. I want to go back to States 149. These swabs that were taken from AB 3, 4, and 5, which are the bush, and the butterfly, what were your findings with regard to whether they were positive presumptive for blood?
The two swabs from the bush, AB3 and AB4, were positive presumptive for blood, and the swab from the butterfly, AB5, was negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. And so on that one item, AB5, that, to be clear, that butterfly, which is like a lawn decoration, that one is negative, but the ones from the bushes were positive?
That's correct.
Okay. So after you completed that presumptive testing, I assume, not obviously all at the same time, but all of the items that we've been discussing, you put in test tubes and went through the normal DNA processing?
That's correct.
And then once that processing was done, does another analyst from Metro look at the data in the job that you're currently a trainee for, and does that person analyze the data?
Yes, she does.
Was there any discrepancy or anything unusual in the testing process that occurred when you were analyzing these items?
No, not to my knowledge.
If anything, if you were to see something happen with like a reagent or something like that, does Metro policy and probably lab policy require you to take note of it?
Yes, and depending on it, we will also document it. And if anything is not caught, it will also be in our review documents. That's available in the case file.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. And we'll start with the end of your testimony. We'll refer to the beginning. In reference to the items of clothing recovered from Mr. Gehrman, you had testified that the shoes were tested, presumptive test for blood, and both shoes, the topsiders were both positive for blood.
Yes. Do you mean, sorry, Mr. Gehrman's shoes?
Yes,
The ones
Mr.
I physically,
Gehrman's shoes.
yes.
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 The shirt that was worn by Mr. Gehrman, presumptive test, blood.
Yes.
Same thing with the shorts, presumptive blood test, positive for blood.
Yes.
In reference to the bushes, it was specifically AB4, AB3, again, presumptive positive blood.
Yes.
And that would have been the area based upon the diagram surrounding Mr. Gehrman's body.
To my knowledge, yes.
Let's turn your attention now to the vehicle. You were called upon to conduct presumptive tests for blood.
Yes.
It was a subject vehicle. Do you know the type, the make, or just that it was from a vehicle?
It usually just says V1 or Vehicle 1 when describing the vehicle.
And just so we're clear, the swabs that you received and tested presumptively for blood were negative.
That's correct, yes.
The straw hat, the multiple pieces, you tested presumptively negative for blood.
The stains that I located were presumptive negative for blood, yes.
Were those swabs also taken in order to test later for DNA?
No. For the sampling process, due to only looking for possible trace DNA, the staining was just in case if I saw anything, and due to them being negative presumptive, I did not take them forward. However, the stains are still available if you would like them to be tested.
So just so we're clear, then the hat was not tested for DNA.
The hat lining was tested, but it was not tested for, well, it was tested. The stains that I noted were tested for possible blood.
Okay, but nothing more.
Besides the possible trace DNA, nothing more.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the lining versus the exterior. The lining was obviously tested for DNA.
Yes, the exterior was not.
Okay. Was it, and nothing was found as far as DNA concerning the interior of the band of the hat? Or there was, but it was very weak?
The findings of the DNA would be better explained by the forensic scientist who interpreted the results.
Fair enough. As to the knife, presumptive negative, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the scissors handle was presumptive positive.
Yes, for both of the swabs.
But as far as the blades, the cutting part,
I did not receive the cutting part of the scissors, so I am unable to say.
in reference to the shoes, the left gray shoe, presumptive negative.
You mean the shoe pieces?
The shoe pieces.
I'm sorry, can you please say which lab item it is?
Yes. In order for just easy to work, you tested two shoes, correct? The gray shoes.
Yes.
One shoe was whole, the other was cut to pieces.
Yes, one pair of shoes I physically received, the other pair of shoes or shoe pieces I only received swabs from.
Okay. If you could narrow down your testimony concerning the shoe pieces.
Okay, yes.
Presumptive positive?
Some were not. So 2 of the pieces of the shoe were negative presumptive for blood, and 2 of the pieces of the shoe were positive presumptive for blood.
Can you tell the court what other substances other than blood may create or cause a presumptive positive?
There could be rust. Rust is also known. There are false positives in cases of, I wouldn't say false positives because it's still blood, but animal blood can also be positive but will produce no DNA results due to us having a human-specific DNA testing kit, but they can still show presumptive positive blood.
And in reference to these findings, we can't necessarily date whether that rust or animal blood or perhaps human blood had been there, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as to the other shoe, the whole shoe, presumptive negative.
The Mr. Gehrman's shoe?
No, we're talking about, we already addressed Mr. Gehrman's shoes, the Perry topsiders.
I've only received, the naming that I have doesn't say which shoe is whole. I apologize. It says swab from interior side of left gray shoe. Is that the one that
Correct.
you? Okay. Both of those for the interior left side of the gray shoe and the swab from the bottom of the left gray shoe were both negative presumptive for blood.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Maybe direct?
Just briefly, I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions about the hat.
The hat and hat pieces, there's 2 parts of it, as I understand your testing. The first is you swab the lining of the hat to maybe get a wearer profile, if you could.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then there was staining on the outside that you thought possibly could be blood, but when you tested it, it was negative presumptive for blood.
That's correct. Yes.
And so the outside that was negative presumptive for blood, that wasn't moved forward for additional DNA testing. Is that fair?
That's correct. And the stains are still available on the hat for additional testing if necessary.
Okay, but the wearer profile that maybe you'd get from the lining, that was further tested for DNA.
Yes, the swabbing taken from the inner lining was taken forward for lab processing.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Any requests?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And the state may call the next witness.
Kimberly Dannenberger.
And please watch your step. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Kimberly Dannenberger, Kimberly,
DANNENBERGER.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Ms. Dannenberger, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Forensic Laboratory in the Biology DNA section.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked at the Forensic Laboratory for approximately 15 and a half years, and I've been within the Biology DNA section for approximately 13 and a half years.
And what is your job title?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay. And you've done that for 15 years, is that about right?
I've been doing casework for the past 12, so part of that 13 and a half years within the Biology DNA section included training.
Okay. What is your educational background that allows you to work as a forensic scientist?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in cell and molecular biology. I also completed an approximate 16-month training program within the biology DNA detail, and that training program encompassed everything that I would need to do my job. So analyzing items of evidence, putting them through a series of lab processing steps, generating DNA profiles, making interpretations on those DNA profiles, making comparisons to any known individuals who have been submitted for that case, as well as report writing and generating statistics.
Okay. And have you testified before as an expert in the area of forensic science, specifically with regard to DNA?
I have testified before, yes.
How many times do you think you've testified?
Prior to today, I've testified 87 times.
Okay. Can you give us just kind of an overview of how DNA is used in a forensic setting?
So just a little background. DNA does stand for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is what makes us who we are. It's the building blocks for each of us. So between two humans, approximately 99.9% of our DNA is the same, coding for everything that our body needs to do to function. It's that approximate 0.1% that makes us unique. So the type of analysis that I am doing is within that 0.1%. So coding for eye color, hair color, skin color, what makes each of us unique. So DNA analysis is looking at that kind of portion. We target very specific locations, but ultimately swabbings or samples are taken from items of evidence submitted to a series of lab processing steps to generate a DNA profile.
Okay. And a person's DNA profile, is it the same regardless of where a sample is from versus like a buccal swab versus blood? Would those reveal on the same person the same DNA profile?
Yeah, so depending on, DNA does persist throughout your body. So if I have a sample of blood and a sample of saliva, if it does come from the same person, will be the same DNA profile.
Okay. And what is meant by the term reference sample?
So reference sample is what we use in the laboratory to describe an item of evidence known as typically a buccal swab kit, but it's an item of evidence collected for the purposes of DNA from a known individual. So based on who the outside packaging says what's collected from, we can say that this profile came from this individual.
Okay. Now, with regard to this particular case, did you prepare a series of reports with regard to various items of evidence that were collected in the Garriman murder case?
I did, yes.
Okay. Now, did they span over several months?
Yes, in total, yes.
Okay. Now, on some of the reports, we've heard testimony from two forensic technologists that they handled particular items of evidence and ran it through DNA processing. I assume on those items of evidence you analyzed the data?
Yes, so for each of the reports that were authored, I was the analyst that did all the interpretation, regardless of who did the front-end processing and or sample collection.
Did you ever work with any of the original evidence or like evidence where you were the person doing sort of the sampling and that sort of thing?
For the original report, I did not have hands on the actual items of evidence. I did do part of the lab processing.
Okay, and with regard to the lab processing, what did you do? What items did you work on?
So we're talking about the original report, correct?
Well, actually, yeah, I'll back up. We'll just go in order.
Okay.
Let's start with your original report.
Okay.
And it was issued on, do you know what date?
May I refer to the report?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the original report for this event number was issued on September 5th, 2022.
Okay, and so when you issued this report on September the 5th of 2022, there were various items of evidence that a forensic technologist took samples from that you later looked at the data and analyzed. Is that fair?
Yes, I did the analysis for these items.
Okay, and those items include a reference sample from Jeffrey Gehrman, right hand fingernail clippings, left hand fingernail clippings, a swab from the right hand, a swab from the left hand, swab from left ankle, and a swab from left foot, correct?
Yes.
At that time, on September the 5th, did you have a reference sample from Robert Tellis?
I did not.
Okay, so in this report, the only evidence that Metro was in possession of on September the 5th was these, well, there were probably other swabs impounded, but there was no reference sample for Robert Tellis yet obtained. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's talk about this first report and what your findings were. I want to talk about the left hand, the right hand, the left ankle, and the left foot. With regard to those items or those swabs, what were your findings with regard to DNA?
So referencing those items, referring to my report, those 4 items, the results were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor, foreign DNA was not detected.
Okay, and with the left hand fingernail clippings, what was the finding with regard to that?
So for the swabbing from the left hand fingernail clippings, the conclusions were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor, the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited nature of the foreign component, it is unsuitable for interpretation, and no further conclusions can be made.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about that, just so we're clear. So, this the left hand fingernail clippings, the DNA evidence was analyzed, and I think you said there was evidence of a mixture. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
How does that look different when you have a mixture as opposed to a single source of DNA?
So when I'm doing DNA analysis, the profiles that I'm looking at, they're equivalent to like peaks on a graph. So visually, you can just visualize peaks on a graph. So when a sample is single source, depending on the number of peaks that I see and the data itself, I can make the conclusion this is from a single person. The more peaks that are added, I can then conclude that this is from a mixture DNA profile. So the mixture part is dependent upon the profile itself.
Okay, and in this case, there was an indication of a mixture, but I think you said it can't be interpreted further?
Yeah, so for this sample, a mixture was indicated. I was able to assume Jeffrey Gehrman on this sample. It's what we consider an intimate sample, so fingernail clippings from a person's body, there's a reasonable assumption that their DNA profile can be there. In this case, his profile was there. So the peaks that are left over, there wasn't enough for me to make any further conclusion. It's limited, so I can't do anything further.
Okay, and that's just sometimes how DNA turns out? You get data that can't be interpreted further just because of the nature of the sample?
Correct.
And are there factors that affect that, or it just depends on how it's collected, or what is collected, or environmental factors, anything like that?
There are lots of factors that can affect DNA analysis in general. I'm never going to know what kind of profile I'm going to get until I actually run the samples through our processing steps to generate a DNA profile. But in terms of what can factor in, amount of contact between 2 items, was it left out in the elements? These are just generalized factors, not specific to this case.
Sure.
Has there been any chemicals applied since the contact may have occurred? I think I said handling with something touching for a long period of time or just a short amount of time. Any environmental factors such as being left out in the sun or rain, etc. So in terms of generally for DNA, there are a lot of factors that can affect how much DNA is potentially still on an item of evidence by the time it is swapped for analysis, either by crime scene or by someone at the laboratory.
And you can't tell from lab results what may have affected whether or not there was more sample left or more interpretable sample left.
Correct. DNA can answer the questions of who potentially was a contributor to this profile, someone included or excluded, and I can answer the question as to where that profile came from, so the fingernail swabs, but I cannot answer timeline questions. I can't say how the DNA came to be on an item of evidence, when it came to be on an item of evidence, and why.
Okay, so let's go back to the September 5th report of 2022. You also analyzed the right-hand fingernail clippings swab, correct?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion with regard to that on September the 5th?
So on September 5th, the interpretation was this was a mixture of two males. I did assume Jeffrey Gehrman. Again, these were fingernail clippings collected from his person, so there was a reasonable assumption that he was there given the data. And so the conclusions at that time on September 5th were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor to the mixture DNA profile obtained, foreign DNA was detected.
Okay, and did you have enough DNA in that case to have a possible profile for that foreign DNA?
Yes.
Did you know whose it was?
No, at this time I only had one reference standard that had been submitted to the laboratory, and that was Jeffrey Gehrman.
So you have kind of this unknown profile in the same sample data as Jeffrey Gehrman's profile. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you have an identifiable profile but you don't know whose it is, are there databases that you can enter a profile in?
There are, yes. If the sample itself meets eligibility, then there are databases that we can use.
And was that profile entered into databases?
It was, yes.
And which one, just generally, can you tell us which ones it was entered into?
This profile was searched, you're talking about the level, I'm sorry.
Of the identifiable foreign DNA profile, was that entered into any databases to see if it matched anything?
It was, yes.
And those would be national and local databases?
So for this case, it was able to be searched at a local level, a state level, as well as a national level.
And in all those databases, did you get any results about who could possibly be the source of that profile?
At that time, I did not know.
Okay. So let's move on to September the 7th. You ended up preparing 2 reports on September the 7th of 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So let's, I think, start with what items of evidence you actually received on September the 7th. On that date, did you receive a reference sample?
So, sorry, yes, so this is referencing supplemental number 2, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So first of that, September 7th, 2022, this is referencing my report as supplemental 2. I did receive a reference standard from Robert Tellis.
Okay. And that came to you in the form of an evidence envelope?
Yes, it came in the form of what's called a buccal swab kit. That is going to be a swabbing of the inside of one's cheek.
And September the 7th is the first day, I assume, that you had a sample from Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
So did you analyze that particular item, or did you actually process it, do the forensic processing of that buccal swab?
So for this supplemental, I did work this case from beginning to end.
And were you able to generate a profile from Mr. Tellis's buccal swab?
I was, yes.
And did you ultimately compare that to that unknown profile that came from the right fingernail clipping swab?
Yes, so this reference standard was compared to my original conclusions to that original data. So that comparison was done.
And what were your conclusions then?
So for the comparison of the buccal swab from Robert Tellis to the swabbing from the right-hand fingernail clippings, there was support. So Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that profile. And the probability of observing the mixture DNA profile is approximately 40.9 septillion times more likely if it originated from Jeffrey Gehrman and Robert Tellis than if it originated from Jeffrey Gehrman and an unknown random contributor.
And can you kind of explain why DNA is reported out as a probability, or give us some context for that number?
So this number is what we call a likelihood ratio statistic, and it's the probability of the evidence. So it all relates back to the evidence. So the probability of the evidence, which is that swabbing from the right-hand fingernail clippings, compared to 2 different competing scenarios. So scenario 1 is that this DNA profile came from Jeffrey Gehrman and Robert Tellis. And scenario 2 is that this profile came from Jeffrey Gehrman and someone unknown, random. I don't have another buccal swab kit for them. So the probability of that evidence, given these 2 competing hypotheses, is the statistic. So there's more weight for the hypotheses or the scenario that it's Robert Tellis and Jeffrey Gehrman versus Jeffrey Gehrman and an unknown random contributor.
And that ratio, or that is numerically 40.9 septillion more times?
So that was the statistic, that the probability of the mixture profile is 40.9 septillion more times more likely if it's that scenario that I just talked about.
Okay. And that was reported out in one supplemental report from September the 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, that was all done on September the 7th. And again, that was using the original data that was reported out on September 5th.
Okay. And that evidence was originally, that evidence was worked by your colleague, Anastasia Barton?
Yes, so the report for September 5th, she was the one that had basically eyes on the evidence. She was the one that sampled from the evidence. She did start the lab processing steps that we go through. I did take over part way in the lab processing steps, so I did finish the lab processing and wrote the report. But she was the one that had the evidence. I never actually saw the physical evidence.
Okay, so you never handled the fingernail clippings, right hand, anything like that. You just have the data from that.
Yes, so I never handled the actual evidence.
Okay. Now, I want to move on to your second report from September the 7th, and it appears these were rocks with staining collected from the crime scene. There were 2 rocks and a swab from a bird bath.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. And those were identified to you as AB1, is AB2 and AB6. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the impound information.
Okay,
yes.
right. A crime scene analyst collects it from the field, and then you have their label. Is
Yes,
that right?
yes,
You're not
but-
going out to the field.
No, this is all based on the crime scene analyst, the description of their packaging.
Okay, and AB1 is described to you as a circular rock with staining, and AB2 is a rectangular rock with staining, and swab from AB6 is from a bird bath?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, let's talk about those 3 swabs. What were your conclusions with regard to them?
So all 3 of those items, so the rocks, I actually did the sampling myself, so I was the one that swabbed those 2 items, and then the swab was given to me, so crime scene swabbed on scene. All 3 of those items were consistent with 1 male contributor, and Jeffrey Gearman was included as a contributor on each of those items.
Was there any indication of a mixture on those items?
The conclusions for these were 1 male.
Okay. So you prepared another report, and this one I think was from, September 12th of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct, and this is supplemental 3.
Okay. So let me just make sure I have these items. And these items consist of what was identified to you as a left gray shoe, interior side, the bottom of a left gray shoe, partial right gray shoe, pieces of black rubber, and swabs from handles of scissors, and a swab from a knife. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about those. I apologize, I'm putting on the overhead states 274 and 263. So let's talk about the what was identified to you as the interior side of the left gray shoe. Were you able to get interpretable data from that?
Sorry, let me just referencing my report. So for the swab from the interior side of the left gray shoe, that was consistent with originating from 1 male contributor.
And were you able to include Mr. Tellis as the source?
Yes, he was included as a contributor to that profile.
And are you able to give us any kind of numerical context that similar to what you described for the right hand fingernail clippings?
Yes, so the probability of observing this DNA profile is approximately 1.34 octillion times more likely if it originated from Robert Tellis than if it originated from an unknown random contributor.
Okay. You also were dealing with, I guess this would be your lab item 15, a swab from the interior interior side of the partial right gray shoe?
Yes.
And I'll put on the overhead states 272. What was your finding with regard to that, the interior of that?
So the swab from the interior side of the partial right gray shoe was consistent with one male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that profile.
And was Mr. Garriman excluded from being a contributor on that shoe?
Yes.
You also analyzed or had data on black, white, and gray rubber. Is that right?
Yes, referencing lab item 16.
And what were your findings with regard to that?
So that was consistent with one male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that mixture.
And
or, excuse me, that profile.
And how about Mr. Garriman?
He was excluded.
Okay. And I want to put on the overhead states 261 and 259, which are reported to you as swabs from some scissors. And they're labeled to you as AV5 and 6. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
What were your findings with regard to the scissors?
So both of those were consistent with originating from one male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that those profiles.
Okay. Was Mr. Garriman excluded?
Yes.
Let's talk about swabs from a hat. That was identified to you as from a hat. This is states 285. Did you look at DNA data generated from a swab from this, well, identified to you as swabs from this hat?
Yes.
And what were your findings there?
So this would be lab item 20.1, swabbing from the inner hat pieces. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 5 contributors, with at least 2 of those being male. Due to the complexity of the data, no additional conclusions can be made regarding this mixture profile.
And when you say complexity of the data, in non-scientific terms, does that mean there's just too much information there to make it interpretable? Or how, in your words, how would you put it as a scientist?
So based on the data that was obtained, there was an indication that there were at least 5 people present on this item of evidence. So once we hit the point where there's at least 5, that profile becomes too complex for us. I cannot make any comparisons to any known reference standards, so I did not compare either Jeffrey Garriman's DNA or Robert Tellis' DNA to this item of evidence. Once it was 5 people, at that point the interpretation stops. It is too complex.
Okay, and that's because there's just no indicator, there's a, I guess, a danger of interpreting data like that. It might not be reliable scientifically because there's just so much information, or?
Yeah, we can kind of relate it to there's just too much information, and also it relates back to based on validation data, and there's just too much.
Okay, so I'd like to move on to, I think your last report was from January 2nd of 2024.
Yes.
And you were given swabs from a vehicle, and then some swabs from clothing, and then also swabs that are reported to you as from some bushes at the crime scene?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so all of the vehicle swabs, were you able to analyze the data as to those?
Yes, so every item of evidence that was sampled for this report did go on to DNA analysis, so DNA profiles were generated.
And what were the findings with regard to the swabs from the vehicle?
Did you want me to go through each
Sure.
one? Okay. So referencing lab item 27, which is a swab from the interior driver door handle pull area. Assuming Robert Tellis is a contributor, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture, including at least 1 male contributor. Due to the limited nature of the foreign data, it's unsuitable for interpretation, and therefore no further conclusions can be made.
Okay. The next one, well, actually, let me just do it this way. It might be a little shorter. In all of the vehicle swabs, was Mr. Garriman excluded from all of those?
He was either excluded or what we call uninformative.
Okay. And when it's uninformative, can you explain for the members of the jury what that means?
Yes. So uninformative, when I have that reference standard and I'm comparing it to the evidence profiles, we generate a statistic. So that's similar to the statistic that I've already talked about. If that statistic falls into a certain range, it's in what we call an uninformative range. So I can't say, yes, this person is included as a contributor to this profile, and I also cannot say, yes, they are excluded as a contributor to this profile. It's a range where we just can't say one way or the other if they're included or excluded, and that all relates back to the statistical number that was generated for that comparison.
Okay. And is there any further testing that can be done that would clarify that, or this is just kind of what we're left with the data that we have?
As of right now, this is the interpretation that was made and the statistic that was generated.
Okay. And though that includes all the swab, well, with some degree, like you kind of made some distinction that some of them were uninformative, but it's fair to say that there is never a positive identification of Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA in the Yukon.
Correct. Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA was not found to be individually included or support for inclusion based on the statistic and any of those swabs that came from the car.
Okay. And some of them were uninformative, so we don't know, we can't say he's included or excluded due to the sort of limitations on the data.
Correct. There's not sufficient support for either way.
Okay. So I'm going to put on the overhead now states 166. And these are other items that you analyze, which are Sperry shoes, a right shoe, a left shoe, a shirt, and some shorts.
Correct.
With regard to those items of evidence, were you able to generate data and draw conclusions?
Yes. So for all, pardon me, I'm referencing my report. For all the items of evidence from these items of clothing, so just to reference, that's going to be lab items 35, 36, 37, 38, the clothing samples. Those were all consistent with one male contributor, and Jeffrey Gehrman was included as a contributor to those profiles, and Robert Tellis was excluded.
Okay. So the DNA that is gathered off of these clothing items that we've discussed was consistent with one person, and that was Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, in that last report, there were swabs that were taken from 2 bushes and a butterfly. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm going to put on the overhead states 149, and those swabs were reported to you as AB3, AB4, and AB5?
Yes, that is correct.
And what were your findings with regard to those swabs?
These swabs were all consistent with originating from one male contributor. Jeffrey Gehrman was included as a contributor to those profiles, and Robert Tellis was excluded as a contributor to those profiles.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
You want a break? Please. Okay, all right. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Will be in recess till 11. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Becky, very good, sir.
You may step down if you want. Just make sure you're back by 11.
Oh, is this one?
please come to order. Remain seated. Court is now back in session.
Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Ma'am, is it fair to say that DNA can be recovered from a fairly small sample?
Yes.
Blood carries a fair amount of DNA as compared to other bodily fluids, skin cells such as that.
Yes, blood, what we consider that a biological fluid, and that does typically have more DNA present than, like you just mentioned, skin cells or something sloughing on.
Okay, when we talk about skin cells, those are epithelial cells?
They are referred to epithelial cells and or skin cells. There's cells all over our body, and within those cells is where the DNA resides. So our skin is constantly sloughing off as well.
And are you able to determine the source of the DNA that you test? And meaning, did it come from blood? Did it come from semen? Did it come from epithelial cells, saliva? Are you able to make that determination?
My analysis cannot give the source of that DNA profile.
But just so we're clear, though, is it your opinion that blood is perhaps the richest carrier of DNA? It's the best vehicle to preserve and to transport DNA.
Biological fluids, to include blood, semen, and saliva, all are good. They all contain good amounts of DNA. So we typically expect there to be a lot of DNA. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I'm never going to know what that profile looks like until the analysis is actually done. But biological fluids do contain more DNA.
We'll start with what's up on the overhead projector. This is State's Exhibit 149.
Okay.
You had tested, it was the rocks and the bird bath, correct?
Yes, there were rocks and various swabs, I believe, within this diagram that were submitted for forensic testing.
And so we're clear, there were no findings concerning the reference sample, that being Mr. Tellis.
For referencing that last report?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 166. This was the clothing that was taken from the body of Mr. Gehrman. Same question. There was no DNA consistent with that of Mr. Tellis found on the shoes.
Correct. He was excluded as a contributor.
Underwear. Same question.
Same answer. Yes, he was excluded.
The shorts.
He was excluded.
The T-shirt.
Also excluded.
Turning your attention to the latter part of your testimony concerning the swabs that were obtained from the subject vehicle. You had testified that swabs were taken from the interior driver door of the vehicle. That would be impound item number 1, item number 27.
Sorry, I'm just referencing my report so I don't
Please
speak.
do, yes.
I apologize. Yes, so impound item 1, yes, swab from the interior driver door handle pull, yes.
There was, number 1, a negative presumptive blood test, correct?
Correct.
So there was no presumptive, there was a negative test on the presumptive blood test from that item, item number 27, impound item number 1, correct?
That is correct. It was a negative presumptive test for blood.
As to impound item number 2, and that would be item number 28 from the lab item, that was taken from the driver's seatbelt and the buckle from the vehicle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Again, there was a negative presumptive blood finding.
That is correct.
And again, no DNA.
For item 28, lab item 28, DNA profile was obtained, but as I mentioned earlier, assuming Robert Tellis, that foreign component was too limited.
And again, concerning Mr. Gehrman, there was no DNA found concerning, from the reference sample that you had concerning Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Correct. I didn't even compare Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA to lab item 28 because the remainder, after I assumed Robert Tellis, the remainder is too limited. So there actually was no comparisons. But yes.
In reference to lab item number 29, impound item number 3, swab from the steering wheel, again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, no findings of any meaning in reference to DNA concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. He was uninformative, as I talked about earlier, for that sample.
Turning your attention to item number 30, that's the lab item, impound item number 4, the swab from the gear shifter of the vehicle, negative presumptive blood test.
Correct, yes.
And again, no DNA of any significance concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. For lab item 30, the foreign component was too limited, so he wasn't even compared to that item.
Turning your attention to item number 31, that's the lab item, impound item number 5, the swab from the gas pedal of the subject vehicle. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, in reference to the DNA sample, nothing for any meaningful comparisons.
Yes, for lab item 31, the sample as a whole was too limited, so there were no further interpretations.
Turning your attention to lab item number 32, impound item number 6. This is the swab from the brake pedal versus the gas pedal. Negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, no meaningful findings concerning DNA contributors.
Correct. For that item of evidence, lab item 32, Jeffrey Gehrman was uninformative.
Lab item number 33, impound item number 7, the swab for the interior front passenger handle door. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
Correct.
And again, we don't have Mr. Gehrman's DNA or any findings of any significance concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. He was excluded as a contributor.
Lab item number 34, impound item number 9, that was a swab from the interior rear driver door handle pulled from the vehicle. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And no meaningful DNA findings concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. That profile as a whole was limited, so there were no comparisons to it.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 285, this straw hat.
Okay.
No, just so we're clear, no presumptive blood tests of any significance. Nothing was conducted, actually, but please.
So for the straw hat, referencing my report, excuse me, the pieces were impounded separately, and at the time this item was screened or examined, excuse me, there were a few areas that were screened for blood. They were all negative presumptive blood tests.
And again, same question concerning the sample reference to Mr. Gehrman, nothing. You
Correct.
said it was, there was a mixture of 5 or more.
Yes.
It was complex, but nothing felt, oh, there's blood or there's a finding or epithelial cells concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. Item 20.1, there was no testing for presumptive blood for that sample. And as I mentioned earlier, it was too complex, so there were no comparisons made to that sample.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 272. This is the partial right shoe.
Okay.
No findings of DNA concerning the reference sample taken from Mr. Gehrman.
That is correct. For that sample, was excluded. Jeffrey Gehrman was excluded.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 263. Left shoe. As far as the presumptive blood test, negative.
Referencing lab item, so the left shoe is referenced for lab items 13 and 14. Both of those were negative presumptive blood tests.
And again, in reference to the sample from Mr. Gehrman, negative. Concerning the DNA.
Correct. He was
Excluded.
Excluded, yes. And he was excluded from lab item 13, and actually lab item 14 was not taken forward for analysis.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 274. In reference to the DNA reference sample from Mr. Gehrman, excluded, not included. There's no DNA from Mr. Gehrman found on these pieces.
Yes, I believe that is most likely the lab item 16 swab from piece of black, white, and gray rubber. And yes, you are correct. Jeffrey Gehrman was excluded.
State's Exhibit 261. These were the scissors. There was presumptive blood concerning the handles, correct?
Excuse
Top
me.
and bottom.
Yes, the scissors reference lab items 17 and 18. They were initially identified as AB5 and AB6. Both of those were positive presumptive for apparent blood, for blood.
But when compared to the sample reference taken from Mr. Gehrman, excluded.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and admitted. I can anticipate your answers, but I want to just show you this. This is a bag found from the residence of Mr. Tellis. Was anything submitted to you to perform an analysis, either presumptive blood or DNA?
For this bag, no.
Based upon your working with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, would you assume that had there been a presumptive finding, I would have been submitted for further analysis?
Those sorts of decisions are made outside of the purview of my job, so that would be dependent upon the requesting detective or officer who submitted it. So there was nothing that was submitted, so I don't have an answer for that. Unfortunately, I don't know why, yes or no.
Fair enough, but as far as to your review of the documents, there's no presumptive blood tests that were conducted upon that bag, correct?
I did not review crime scenes report, so if there was, I don't know.
And again, you were never called upon to render an opinion as to any DNA evidence found upon this bag?
Correct. There was no samples from that bag or the bag itself that were submitted for analysis. What was submitted is what has been discussed today.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down if you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. You may call your next witness.
Dan Cullen.
Please step up into the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Daniel Kulin, Daniel Kulin.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Sir, where were you working back in 2022?
Clark County Communications Office.
And what is the Clark County Communications Office responsible for?
Handling requests from the media and other communications efforts for the county.
Okay, so occasionally members of the media may request information from the county and it's done through the communications office?
Yes,
Are those called public records requests?
they can be. Yeah.
Okay, that's one form of them. And so, oh,
Yes,
sorry.
I'm
Thank-
sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if you were a member of the media and you wanted to make a public records request, would you go or contact the communications office, or what would the procedure be?
So you would probably call and talk to us about it, and then depending on what the request is, you could also submit an email to kind of put it in writing.
Okay, and are those types of requests, or I guess I should say, did your office receive, when you were working there, several requests or many requests from various reporters on a range of topics?
Yes, frequently.
Was one of those requesters a reporter by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes.
And I think you said they could call or they could email a request to the office.
Yes.
Once the communications office receives the request, what happens with that request on the county side?
Well, it depends what they're requesting. So, for example, if they're asking for an email search, the procedure would be to communicate that request to the DA's office as well as IT department, the department and the individuals that are the subject of the request also, and then to proceed to collect the information.
Okay, so if I did a request or a reporter did a request for emails of, I would assume this would be county employees. Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Your office or where you were working back then would receive the request, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the request, you said, would go to the DA's office?
Correct.
And I assume that's the civil division of the DA's office, not the criminal division?
Correct.
And then you said the IT department, is that right?
Yes.
Because I assume that's the department that's going to collect email or electronic data.
Correct.
And then your office would be in the mix on that as well?
Correct. We facilitate the request, serve as the person or the office that's in communication with the reporters.
And then the person whose email is being requested, are they notified, hey, there's been a public records request for your email?
Yes.
And that notification would be made by the communications office usually?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And I assume then the IT department gathers whatever might be the subject of the request?
Correct.
And then what happens to the data that they gather?
So let's say that it was a request for emails. Once the IT folks have collected all of the potentially relevant documents, they would get reviewed by DA Civil and the communications office to be prepared to be released to the reporter.
Okay. And are there occasions when the civil division of the DA's office may hold back a record or refuse to produce a record for various reasons?
Correct.
After that, are the records that are going to be produced given to the subject of the request?
Yes.
And then they're allowed to review them before they go out to, say, the reporter?
They could.
Okay. And then after that, I assume they're released to the reporters?
Correct.
Are there numerous requests going through the communications office all the time?
Yes. There were when I was there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I've shown Mr. Draskovich what's been marked as 339 and 340. Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 339 and 340. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, these are emails that we received or
Okay.
that I sent.
With respect to 340, that appears to be an email from Jeff Gehrman, is that correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be a request for public records, is that correct?
Yes.
And then with respect to 339, those look like an email and then a response to an email, is that fair?
Correct.
And you're the sender of the email and then you receive an email back, is that correct?
Yes.
State moves to admit 339 and 340.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as 340. That looks a little right. Are you able to see that on your screen there?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like it's an email from Jeff Gehrman of the Review Journal. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the date is July 13th, 2022?
Correct.
And it was sent to Eric Papa?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
He was or is another staff member in the communications office. He was the director.
Okay.
Or is the director, sorry.
And it appears that Mr. Gehrman says this is an open records request for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Coordinator Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st of 22 to the date that the request is fulfilled. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And he also is requesting communications, including between TELUS and Lee Kennett on Microsoft Teams for that same date span.
yes.
What is Microsoft Teams?
It's a computer program that allows you to send messages between.
Is it
people.
similar to email, or it's
Yes.
okay? And then it looks like please also provide all text messages between TELUS and Lee Kennett on their office and personal phones for that same date time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, as a reminder, he wrote, as you know, state law requires a response to open records requests within 5 business days. And then please call me if you have if there's a cost associated with it. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Do you remember this request coming through the communications office back in July of 22?
Yes,
And so would this request have followed that same procedure that you described, where once this request came in, it would be forwarded on to IT to collect that electronic data?
correct.
Also to the civil department of the county to see if they wanted to object to any part of it?
Yeah, correct.
And then also it would have been, the fact that the request had been made would have been conveyed to Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett?
Correct. And in addition, he's asking for things that might not be in our possession, so we would reach out to the subjects of the request so that they have an opportunity to provide anything that we might not have.
Okay. Now, I'm going to put on the overhead, and would those be the text messages from
Correct.
phones? Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 339. And we'll start with, that's you sending an email on August the 8th of 22, is that correct?
Correct.
And you send an email to Mr. Tellis, looks like at almost 2 o'clock.
Correct.
And you say, Mr. Tellis, we've received a request from the Review Journal for emails between you and Michael Murphy from May 15th to July 13th, and between you and Rita Reed for those same dates. The reporter has also requested emails between you and Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to July 13th, as well as Microsoft Teams between the two of you. Those requests are in addition to text messages for that same time period. So you send out a notification to Mr. Tellis on August the 8th that this request was made? Correct. Now, the request that we looked at just earlier from Mr. Gehrman, his emailed request, this email suggests that he was seeking additional communications from Mr. Murphy and Rita Reed. Are reporters allowed to call in and I guess adjust the request and say, well, I'm looking for more than what I emailed you?
That's possible, sure.
Okay. And it's, I guess what I'm saying is they don't have to fill out a form and be exact. They can just contact the office either by email or form and say, this is what I want.
That's correct, generally speaking. I mean, we worked a lot with Jeff over the years. So.
Okay. And did you actually know him personally?
Yes. And
had you worked with him prior to your working at the county?
Yes, we were reporters together at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay. So you were, friends with him, or at least acquaintances, or maybe more than that?
Yes.
Okay. And would the communication between the county office and the reporters, especially ones that were frequent or that you knew, that was a pretty informal back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's after the request is made, that's where the civil department of the county weighs in and decides legally what they're going to produce or not produce?
Correct, before anything's turned over.
Okay. And then I'm just sort of going back to our Exhibit 339. It looks like you receive a response from Mr. Tellis on that same date saying that I'd like to review those communications prior to them being sent. Please advise as to when I might be able to do so. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is part of the procedure that the county follows with regard to producing electronic data for reporters?
Correct.
The subject could review them.
When I was there, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes. So turning your attention to State's Exhibit 340. This was the initial request that your attention was drawn to, the July 13th, 2022 request from Mr. Gehrman. You were to comply with this request within how many days?
We would communicate with the requester within 5 days and let them know how long it might take to respond.
And presumably upon receiving this notice from Mr. Gehrman on July 13th, you would have notified Mr. Tellis.
At some point, we would have notified him. The initial steps typically would be to communicate with the reporter to make sure that we're all understanding what they're looking for and see if there's anything that they would like to change or amend.
Do we have any emails from you to Mr. Gehrman right around the 5-day period from July 13th, 2022 being the starting point?
I would have to search for those. I don't know right now.
Okay, but that would generally be your policy.
Well, it could be communication, we could be calling him or we
Absolutely.
could be emailing him.
And obviously at this point in time there was nothing out of the ordinary. You testified previously that you'd communicated with Mr. Gehrman before when he would request for records.
Correct.
So in this case, it was just the basically standard procedure. You receive a request, you communicate it to the person whose communications are being sought, and then you respond to Mr. Gehrman. Fair to say?
Well, it's more likely that we would communicate with the reporter first to make sure that we are, getting him or her what they want. For example, he's asking for, communications through the date that the request is filled.
Yes.
We probably would have, or I probably would have called Jeff and asked him to, identify an end date, a specific end date.
And it's safe to assume that you did that.
It's likely, yes.
And then following that communication based upon your testimony, you would have communicated this request to Mr. Tellis.
Yes, at some point in the process, we would communicate to the subjects of the request.
In reference to the communication, the second communication that we have in writing on August 8th, again, we have a large request. He's asking for a broader scope of communications. The initial request was between Mr. Tellis and Ms. Lee Kennett, correct?
The email that you just showed?
Yes,
Correct.
the 13th. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. This request concerns communication between other individuals.
Correct.
In this point, we obviously have, it's safe to assume that you had spoken with Mr. Gehrman and now you're speaking with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
But digitally speaking with him, you sent an email.
Correct.
And his request to review these is normal course, nothing out of the ordinary.
It's not something that every subject of a request asks for, but it's not unheard of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down.
I have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to stay right here for a minute. We have a question from a juror. we have a question from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 14. Do you recall how many times Gehrman requested communications through you directly, and how often, weekly, monthly?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but Jeff was an investigative reporter, and so it was common for him to reach out and make public records requests. But I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number without researching it.
Okay, it's been marked and made part of the record as court's exhibit 14. Does the state have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense?
Yes. In reference to these requests, in other cases, you would have individuals assert a privilege or somehow try and bar the transference of the communications.
The subjects of the request?
Yes.
I can't recall specific instances of that occurring, but yes, that is something that has occurred. I'm not aware of it being successful, though.
And in reference to these requests that were made by Mr. Gehrman, there were no objections or any attempts by Mr. Tellis to stop the transference of his communications, correct?
I don't recall.
Maybe.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Roberta Lee Kennett.
Please watch your step. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Roberta Lee Kennett. It's ROBERTA LEE-KENNETT.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Do you want me to call you Ms. Lee Kennett or Ms. Kennett?
Lee Kennett's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Lee Kennett, were you ever employed at the Public Administrator's Office?
Yes, I was.
And I'm sorry, but you have a soft voice. Can you just keep it up a little bit or pull that maybe a little closer?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. Do you remember what year it was that you started working there?
I've been with the county 12, 13 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that your first job at the county?
I worked for the Public Guardian's Office first.
Public Guardians and then Public Administrators?
Yep, a few years after that.
Okay. When you started working at the Public Administrator's Office,
Yes.
who was the elected Public Administrator at that time?
That would have been John Cahill.
Okay. At some point, Mr. Cahill decides not to be the Public Administrator and a new one comes in. Is that fair?
Yep.
And who was that?
Robert Tejas.
Okay, and you looked over at council table. Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you describe an article of clothing and point to him, please?
He's in a suit right there.
Like
A
on.
gray suit.
Thank you. Thank you. What was your job title at the public administrator's office?
Estate coordinator 2.
And as an estate coordinator, can you just give the members of the jury like an idea of what your responsibilities were, what you did?
It was our responsibility to administer probates, estates assigned to us.
Okay, estates assigned to you. And some people may have familiarity with that. Did that involve houses of people that maybe died with not immediate heirs?
It would be decedents who had any property, personal, real, anything that needed to be administered through the probate process. It was our job to either sell or basically you want to end up with income at the end of the probate process so that you have a distribution for heirs or beneficiaries.
Okay.
So,
And so it would be sort of handling what's left
handling what's left of the person, right?
to
who
give to
passed.
their heirs.
Correct.
And then that position that you had was called estate coordinator.
Correct.
Were you the only estate coordinator, or are there more than one in the office?
I was not the only one. There were more.
Okay. Did some of that estate coordination involve you maybe meeting with people fixing up houses or people in real estate?
Yeah, if a decedent had real property and that needed to be administered through the probate process, sold, fixed up, yes, we would have to partake in that.
Okay. So sometimes you would be going out to houses and walking through them, working with people that maybe worked on the houses in order
Working
to
with
sell.
our vendors, correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Mr. Tellis came in as the public administrator at some point, kind of succeeding Mr. Cahill. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what year that was?
I think it was 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could it have been 2019?
Oh, I honestly don't remember what
That's
year
okay.
that was.
That's okay. When he came into the office, you were working still there.
Yes.
Did he implement certain changes about how yourself and other employees could go about their work?
Yeah, there were lots of changes.
And were those changes well received by all of the employees, or were they kind of divisive?
We were very divisive on them.
Okay. At some point, would you have considered yourself friends with Mr. Tellis?
At some point, I mean, sure, not in the beginning, but
Yeah.
sure.
Over time,
Over
did you
time.
develop a friendship?
Yes.
I want to kind of move to May of 2022.
Okay.
Did you become aware that reporter Jeff Garriman was possibly writing a story that would have included information about you?
Yes.
Who told you that Mr. Garriman was writing that story?
Rob did.
And by Rob, you mean Mr. Tellis?
Robert Tellis, yes.
Did he give you contact information for Mr. Garriman
Yes.
to call him?
Yes.
Did you talk to Mr. Garriman?
I did.
And was that a brief conversation?
Very brief.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 22 if Mr. Garriman ever came to the public administrator's office?
He did.
And what was his purpose in coming there?
Just to actually see the office, and I know Rob invited him over to take a look and see what was going on in the office.
Okay. And so Mr. Garriman was present in the office at some point in May of 22?
Correct.
And that was at Mr. Tellis's invitation?
Correct.
And do you know if Mr. Tellis sat for an interview?
It was on TV, but yes.
Okay. Was there, to your knowledge, a news story that followed that interview?
Yes.
And what was Rob's reaction to that news story?
I don't think any of us were happy about that news story.
You were not happy.
Yes.
I guess I should say it this way. Were you happy about the news story?
I was upset, embarrassed, and relieved all at the same time, I think.
Okay, upset, embarrassed, and relieved. What was Mr. Tellis's reaction?
I would assume upset.
Did he ever talk to you about that story?
Yes, we talked about that story.
What did he say about it?
He was not happy about it.
Okay. What were his feelings about Mr. Gehrman?
He did not like Mr. Gehrman.
Did you ever describe it as stronger than dislike?
Like hate?
Hated
I
him?
would assume he hated him.
Did he ever tell you he hated him?
Yes.
He had said that? I assume that was after the story was written?
Yes.
Were there other stories besides that first one that followed?
Yeah, there were a lot of stories that followed.
And in those succeeding stories, I assume, did Mr. Tellis's feelings about Mr. Gehrman change, or did it sort of stay in that negative hate space?
I honestly don't know if his feelings changed about it. I just think they were terrible stories, intentional stories. So
Okay.
it ruined his career, right? It ruined his chances.
I'm sorry?
It ruined his chances to run. So I would
Okay.
assume he'd be upset.
And by that, you're saying at the time, Mr. Tellis was running in a primary for public administrator,
Right.
and those stories were published. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Mr. Tellis lost the primary,
Yes.
meaning he wouldn't be public administrator the following year.
Correct.
After Mr. Tellis lost that primary, let me ask you this. When he lost the primary, did he lose the primary to someone who was already working at the public administrator's office?
Yes, Rita Reed.
And was that one of the employees that was kind of against his changes?
Yes.
After he lost that primary, did he come to the office?
Not as much, no.
Okay. Was he like working from home or staying away?
Working from home, he'd come in and sign checks or sign legal documents.
Okay. Did he ever express concern about Mr. Gehrman writing another article?
No.
Did you ever hear, like you said, he had said that he hated Mr. Gehrman. Were you two communicating much after he loses the primary?
Not very much, no.
Okay, and that's because he was primarily working from home or coming in?
Correct.
Did you ever know Mr. Tellis to respond to things Mr. Gehrman had written on social media?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Were you ever aware of whether Mr. Tellis responded to stuff Mr. Gehrman had written on social media?
Yes.
And it was called Twitter back then?
Correct.
Did you have a feeling about whether or not he should do that?
Yeah, I told him to stop.
And did you just think that was going to cause more problems?
I just felt like the more you were responding with Mr. Gehrman, the more articles that were going to come out for no reason.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So after Mr. Tellis loses the primary, that's in June, is that correct?
Sure, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Sometime after that, do you become aware that Mr. Gehrman has now made another public records request?
Yes.
And I assume it's after the primary.
Correct.
And that's for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Yep, and then also between Rita Reed and Mr. Mike Murphy.
Okay. And did the county notify you that, hey, you're going to, this request has been made for your emails and that sort of thing?
Yeah. Communication, the director of communications or another representative from Clark County sent me an email about it.
Okay. And then I want to now move forward to Labor Day weekend of 2022. So this will be September. Do you recall if you went into work at all on that Friday of Labor Day weekend?
I did. I went into work on Friday. I had found out the week prior that I was getting to transfer to Clark County Social Services, where I work now. And so I had over 60-some cases assigned to me that I had to complete case statuses on for the next person who was going to receive that assignment. So I went in with the intent of overtime to work on those case statuses, and I saw an email from the communications department asking us to review these emails that were going to be sent forth to German. So I ended up that morning requesting overtime for that instead of doing my case statuses.
Okay.
So yes.
I've shown both these exhibits to Mr. Draskevich, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? Ms. Lee Kennett, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 341 and 342. 341 is just a calendar, just so we can talk about when we're talking, or when I'm asking you questions, and that appears to be a calendar for September 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then, 342, it's redacted, but it appears to be an email to yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Okay.
And it's from September 1st, is that correct?
Okay, yep.
State moves to admit 341 and 342.
No objection.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 341, which is our calendar. And I think you said that you went into work on the Friday before Labor Day weekend in order to catch up on some past casework?
To complete case statuses, not catch up, but case statuses for when I moved on.
Okay.
Yep.
And so that would have been on Friday the 2nd?
Correct.
And I don't need to know the exact time, but did you go in the morning, or when would you have been there?
Yeah, in the morning, 7, 8 a.m. I don't remember. I'm sure Human Resources will have my
Yeah, because
time
you would
clock,
have had to
so-
log in on a computer.
Correct.
But you said that you saw an email with regard to the messages that were going to be released.
Correct.
What was your understanding of the date they were going to be released?
I had no idea when they were going to be released.
Okay. Did you feel that there was some urgency for you to go through them on the Friday?
I believe there was a deadline of when they had to be reviewed by.
Okay.
So yeah, there was urgency.
Okay. And so instead of doing your work, you start going through this group of messages that may be released to the reporter.
Correct.
And that's all on the 2nd.
That's correct.
Now I'm putting on the overhead 342. And does that appear to be an email? I mean, it's sent at 5:45 p.m. on the 1st, so you would have seen that email on
Friday, because I leave work normally 5 p.m.
So
the
you would
day
have
before. I didn't see it on Thursday. Correct.
Okay, so you received the email about the messages, but you don't see it till Friday, right?
Correct.
So the email is sent out on Thursday. Hey, go through the messages, and then you go in on Friday and start going through the messages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk to Mr. Tellis about the group of messages that were going to be released?
After I had reviewed them, I had created like a Word document advising him what concerns of some of the emails exchanges. My concerns were about some of our vendors named in there. And that was it. I actually said, I really don't care what was in here. There doesn't appear to be anything beyond the name of one of our vendors that I had concerns with.
Okay. Yep. Did he raise any concerns to you about what was in the group?
He did not.
Okay. So you sent him, is it fair to say, like a Word document
Correct.
by email to say, these are the things I'm worried about?
Correct.
Okay. After that, do you do anything with regard to those messages?
No.
I assume at some point you leave work on that Friday?
Correct.
And you go home, and I'm just going to put on the overhead 341. You go home, and I assume at some point you see some news broadcasts about Jeff Gehrman?
Saturday morning, because it was my intent to go back into the office that whole weekend to complete my case statuses. So I wake up, I look at local news every morning while I'm getting ready. I saw on Twitter, or X, whatever, an article about Gehrman being murdered.
Okay.
And so that freaked me out, yes.
And once you learn of that on the news, do you have communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis about the fact that Mr. Gehrman had been murdered?
Yes, I had reached out and said, something to the fact like, oh my gosh, Mr. Gurman's been murdered. Sent him a copy of the screenshot of that, and said I was not going to go into work anymore.
Okay. And was that just because you were a little bit concerned about your safety?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Graskovich, this is 343. May I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Lee Kinnett, I'm showing you what's been marked Stage 343. I know you probably don't recognize the type of document it is, but do these appear to be text messages between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Right, yeah, from that morning, yep.
Okay. In fact, I gave you a copy of
Right.
this a few days ago for you to review.
Right,
And so this is a fair representation of your communications?
yes.
State moves to omit 343.
No objection.
I'm turning to the, excuse me, the second page of the, the third page of the document. And it appears to be a text from you, right?
Yes.
And it's from 9/4/2022, and it looks like it's at a little after 7 a.m. And
Right.
you're saying, "Oh my goodness, Jeff Gehrman died,"
Yep.
and it looks just from the punctuation like that was surprising to you.
Absolutely.
And I think you said that you sent screenshots of the
Of that
articles.
article.
This is on page 4. It looks like there's a communication on 9/4, same date, and it looks like you send a screenshot to Mr. Tellis of like communication on social media. Is that fair?
Yep.
And the second message appears to be we have a bigger version of it,
That's
but
what
a
I can't see
screenshot of
it.
the article. Is that yes?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
I can't see it, so.
Yeah, I actually have a
Just
bigger
assuming.
version. I'm
Okay.
one step behind you. So does that look like a readable version of the screenshot of what you saw on social media about Mr. Gehrman's death?
Sure.
And then,
Yeah, that's what I thought I sent, yes.
okay. So those were sent to Mr. Tellis.
Correct.
And his response, this is on page 5 of the document. It's kind of focusing. His response to you is, "Holy shit."
Yeah, yes.
And you actually respond,
It's all over Twitter.
It's all over Twitter.
Correct.
So then do you communicate with him your concern about going into work?
Yes,
And so you, I think if I'm understanding you, you opt not to go into work that day?
absolutely not. Correct. I stayed home.
Okay. I want to move on. This is page 34 of the documents. And it looks like, are you able to read that up there from you? Yeah, I'll brighten it. Let me zoom in a little. So this is a communication, it looks like, from you to Mr. Tellis on
Okay.
9/6 of 2022.
Okay.
And it looks like you write, "Have you received a response from Jeff or the DA? Just wondering."
Okay.
Do you know what that's in regard to?
I do not remember. I'm just looking at that. I don't.
Okay. Do you think it was in regard to the records? Or do you not remember?
I
Or?
don't even remember what Jeff I'm talking about on there, or the DA. Probably, yeah, our DA for Clark County.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember a lot.
That's okay. But, I mean, fair to say that's what that text says.
Sure. Yeah.
And the only DA, I mean, like the DA that you would have been interacting with would be like the DA civil who was-
For public
those-
administrators, correct.
Okay, dealing with those messages?
Right.
Okay. And then this is page 36. And it is from 9/6 of 22, and you send a message, Rob, WTF,
Yep.
please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while.
Correct.
What had you seen that made you send that message to him?
I think what everyone else saw, that Yukon in the photos
You mean
or in media,
the media messages that
Right.
Metro sent out
right?
of a car associated with Mr. Gehrman's murder?
Correct.
And had you known Mr. Tellis to have a similar Yukon?
He had driven it to work a few times. I believe it's his wife's vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're kind of like, whoa, don't drive your car around
Yeah.
for a while.
Yes.
And then his response is, that's crazy.
Okay. Yes.
Is that fair?
Yep.
And it looks like, this is page 37, you say,
Yep.
please tell me your Yukon is not that color.
Correct.
You wrote that.
Correct.
And this is page 38. He says, it is similar if not the same.
Correct.
And you ask him another detail, do you have racks on yours too, meaning the...
Right. From the photos, right?
Okay. And this is page 39. What do you say?
Please tell me you don't.
Okay, and then,
I'm freaking out, Rob.
and are you starting to get nervous?
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect.
Okay, and then this is page 40. He says, yeah, I think so, it's fine, I didn't do it.
Right?
And then you ask another question about his tires.
Right. You don't have special rims, do you?
Okay. And then you, this is page 41, tell him I am, and then,
Very worried. Correct.
and you then say, what?
I say it's not you, but they could try to use the vehicle as a way to suspect you.
And then his response is, my car has all matching wheel patterns.
Okay?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is page 43. You seem kind of bewildered. You say, I don't understand.
Correct.
And then you say,
The rims look like the photo.
and this is page 44. He answers you, I think they are saying that the front does not match the back.
Correct.
And then you say,
F, your car is identical.
okay.
Yeah.
So you kind of communicate with him back and forth, fair to say, based on what you saw
Right.
from the Metro release of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. And those were contained in these text messages that we discussed.
Yes.
Do you know what Trillion is?
Yes.
What is that?
For me, it was just an instant messaging app.
Okay, like Snapchat or something like that?
Correct.
Did you install that ever on your phone?
I had.
And who asked you to install it on your phone, or
Rob?
Rob Tellis? Mm-hmm. Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you installed it?
Yes.
Did you two communicate through Trillion?
We had. Yes.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
I do have cross-examination. What time was Your Honor wanting to take the?
How long do you think you'll be?
It could be a little bit.
Okay, all right, so we will break for lunch at this time. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in a way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research. Consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation. test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. And we'll be in recess till, let's see, 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise for the next thing, jury, please. Jurors.
saw like that with my holiday, we're getting ready for some hearings and stuff, and we had one hearing where she thought he was trying to exclude our expert. I was like, well, before you do that, let's have a hearing on it, let's have a testimony, or whatever. And that day she got what's out, and she was texting me, she was like, I'm just thinking, it's something that I know, we got to sell it, so that's what it was a whole holiday, then because all of a sudden.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can call the witness back in, and
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Droskich can begin his cross-examination. Thank you very much for your patience in coming back. Do you understand you are still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Droskich?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kennett.
Hi.
You had testified that after Robert Tellis started the public administrator's office, there were a lot of changes, kind of a shakeup, fair to say.
That's correct.
It was kind of a tipping over, basically, of the apple cart, the way that the things had been prior to his arrival.
Absolutely.
There'd been some changes concerning overtime. He was eliminating people's overtime
Correct.
in an attempt to try and save taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
That didn't go over very well with the old guard, did it?
Old guard, meaning all the prior?
Correct.
Correct.
And who, based upon what you saw and what you knew in the office, who was he making upset?
It would have been our senior estate coordinator, Noreen Pagdayanan. It would have been Alicia Goodwin, one of our estate coordinators. I can't say Rita Reed because she was on salary. That's our assistant PA. But mainly the other two estate coordinators.
In addition to the concerns that Mr. Tellis had in reference to the overtime, were there other concerns regarding basically the ethics of the office's relationships with third-party vendors?
Yes.
What were some of the concerns that you shared with Mr. Tellis in reference to this?
Are you specifically talking about our real estate vendor?
Correct. Yes.
We had one vendor at the time.
And who was
So I am so sorry. I forgot his name. Brian. But he worked mainly with John Cahill on
Okay.
real estate. Estate coordinators were not a part of that process. Actually, there were lots of concerns by other realtors that would come in and say that it just didn't seem right that there was only one vendor for that.
And again, was there a concern by those that predated Mr. Tellis concerning his wanting to change things up concerning the third-party vendors?
Yes.
Was there a concern shared by yourself and Mr. Tellis about some of these basically contractors, real estate agents operating under the Independent Administrations Act?
Oh, yes. We're talking about Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Yes.
Where homes basically were being sold, people, Mr. Moore and others, were coming in on properties, selling them to straw buyers, and then selling them a second time for a substantially greater profit.
Sure. I don't know what straw buyers are, but yes, there is a concern.
Let's say a person dies, and generally, let's say that person dies intestate, where they they don't have a will. Maybe their heirs are around, maybe there's not. But was there a concern where someone would proclaim themselves, Mr. Moore, just a de facto, just front off the bat, I'm the administrator, they'd come in and sell the property to someone that perhaps there's a conflict of interest?
Okay, yes. Well, yes.
That was occurring.
Correct.
And then that person would turn around and sell that same property for a lot more money.
Correct. Yes.
And was the concern that you shared with Mr. Tellis is that basically these heirs weren't getting money?
That's correct.
So basically the memories of their loved ones who had died was being trampled on by these people that were coming in and grabbing these properties and making money off of them.
That's correct. I actually handled an estate just like that. Yes.
And that person with whom you handled that estate, was that person afraid of reprisal or getting in trouble or danger from stopping this happening to an heirs or to the properties being sold by these third-party vendors?
I'm so sorry. I don't think I understand.
Fair enough. What do you recall concerning your involvement? What are your concerns that were going on?
Are you talking about specifically to that one estate?
Correct.
I had an estate where real property was not worth very much. There was quite a bit of personal property, though, in the residence that had some value. We could not find a way to to handle that real property accordingly, because there's no liquid funds that we could use to fix up that place. I believe Mr. Moore came in and took over. John let him, Mr. Cahill, my prior PA. And he had made a comment when he came in to secure that property and take over the estate. Oh, if you got any more cases like this, we'd love to take them. So, and then later on, the family made contact with me and made comments that they had received nothing. So nothing of the personal property was distributed to them, which is normally something that we would do with family members.
Yes.
And there was no distribution of any kind. I think the house got foreclosed on. They renovated and sold it for more money, and the family got nothing.
So again, you had these third-party vendors who were making money off basically dead people's property.
Correct.
And the dead people's heirs were not getting money from the sales of these properties. It was these third-party vendors.
Correct.
Did there ever come a point in time where you and Mr. Tellis discussed the concerns regarding Compass Realty?
Compass Realty came up because they were noted in a lot of these private administration. I think they're called IAE, something like that, Independent Administration Estates, something of that
Correct.
nature.
And that came under the Independent Administrations Act?
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So we started to see their names more involved in the document filings, the legal filings. So Compass Realty came up. I think there were, besides Mr. Moore, there were 2 other parties that would file for these independent whatever acts. So I believe they were associated with them, yes.
And when these parties, specifically Compass Realty or others similarly situated, when they come in and make these filings under the Independent Administrations Act, they would do that. So basically, based upon your understanding, the public administrator's office would really not have anything to do with that, and they would.
That's correct. We would find out about these filings after the fact.
And based upon your personal knowledge, was this common prior to Mr. Tellis winning the election?
Absolutely.
But then when he came in, he tried to stop that.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that people expressed anger at Mr. Tellis because he was trying to stop this.
Yeah, I believe there were some phone calls from people, angry about it. Why was he trying to step in?
And basically keep money from going to them.
I guess, sure.
Are you aware of the amounts of money that we're talking about?
I think when Rob was researching it, was like in the millions, so it was a lot.
So he was basically standing in the way of people making millions of dollars, which had been making that type of money before he was elected.
Correct.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis a packet, or let me ask you this, did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis his wanting to go to the district attorney to try and stop this?
Yes.
And
I think the whole office knew. Yes.
Okay, and Steve Wolfson was the district attorney.
Okay, yes. Sure.
Are you aware of Mr. Tellis speaking with another individual in law enforcement, specifically Mr. Jappy, trying to put all this evidence together?
Yes.
And this evidence that was getting put together was part of an independent investigation that Robert Tellis was conducting.
Yes.
And he was trying to get law enforcement to take it to stop these millions of dollars going into the wrong hands.
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Tellis discuss the suspicious nature of these transactions that were going on prior to his being elected?
Yes.
You had testified prior to the lunch break that you were made aware that Mr. Gehrman had made a request for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
And you had testified that Mr. Tellis, and I think your specific words were, didn't express concerns about these communications between yourself and him.
Talking about my not having concerns? That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said, I believe, that his concerns just dealt with vendors' names.
No, those were my concerns. I had no idea what concerns were of Rob's with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had no idea because he didn't express to you, oh no, this information can't get out, or this is terrible.
Correct.
He didn't seem to be so concerned.
No, I don't think we had a conversation about that.
And if it would have been a concern in reference to the emails and things or digital communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis, you would have expected him to tell you, hey, I'm afraid these communications are going to be in the journalist's hands.
Correct. Correct.
And were you informed on September 1st that these communications that you were not concerned about, other than some of the vendors, and Mr. Tellis was not concerned about. Was there a communication that you had with Mr. Tellis right around September 1st concerning the release of this information?
On the first, no.
No. Okay. Leading up to the first?
You talking about when we first got the request?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of communications. So I guess the concern was what was going to be in there. We talk about our vendors, we talk about our estates, we talk about colleagues in emails. So I guess there was some concern about, will our vendors find out that we're not very happy with them, more than anything, or are they going to share personal estate information? But so, yeah, there was an initial concern.
But that concern, when you talk about the personal estate information, you didn't want these errors or the information of dead people's estates being made public.
Being made public, correct.
And that was an ethical concern.
It's confidential. You work in a confidential atmosphere, so yes.
You had given testimony prior to the lunch break concerning seeing an image outside of Jeff Gehrman's house. Do you recall that? There'd been news releases concerning the
Are you
death
talking about the vehicle? Images of the vehicle?
before the vehicle.
Images of a person walking?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you recall when those came out?
Those came out, I think, a day or two before the vehicle image.
Okay.
I don't remember what day, but prior to the vehicle.
And I'm going to just publish, and this has been previously published, a calendar. September 2022. If I told you that it's been learned that Mr. Gehrman was killed on Friday, September 2nd, 2022,
Okay.
is that accurate with your recollection?
Based on all the reports?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I told you that this image of an individual, in the getup, and I'm sure you've seen it since, in
Right.
orange,
The Chinaman hat and the orange vest and, yeah.
that was released on the 5th. Would you have any reason to disagree?
No?
If we had heard testimony yesterday concerning real estate agents that say that they saw this one in particular on the 5th, would that be, or on the 2nd of Friday, would that be inconsistent with your recollection of when this image was released?
No, because then I would have known Friday that this had occurred versus Saturday morning, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
In reference to this image, and it may have been a clip of an individual walking
Right.
in this getup, you didn't recognize that as Mr. Tellis.
I did not.
And you had known Mr. Tellis since 2019?
That's correct.
Worked with him every day?
Correct.
Saw him walk in and out of the office? Saw him walk at properties that were being sold as part of his duties as being the public administrator?
Yes.
Seeing that walk on TV and that person, you didn't think it was Mr. Tellis, did you?
I don't look at people's gates. So yeah, people have asked me that before. I didn't. I did not know that was him.
Your concern came about when you saw the vehicle.
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that, there'd been some discussion online concerning whether the rims matched or not. You recall that questioning?
Sure.
Before the lunch break. And obviously there was a concern that you expressed that, geez, that vehicle looks
Looks
like...
identical, right?
And obviously there was a concern on Mr. Tellis' part as well, going, yeah, that looks like my vehicle.
Correct.
At no point in time did he ever communicate with you face-to-face or digitally by the phones or anything else that he was involved with Jeff Gehrman's murder?
That's correct. He said it wasn't him.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kennett, in June of 2022, Robert Tellis lost his primary race. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So that would mean he would be out of office as of January of 2023?
Yes.
And so the new public administrator in 2023 would have been Rita Reed?
Correct.
And potentially she could have reversed or changed or done whatever to any policies instituted by Mr. Tellis because she would have been the one in charge?
Correct.
So his policies were ending, at the time of the murder, about 3 months later. Is that right? Well, September to January.
I say she started changing policies probably closer in June After he stopped showing up to the office all the time.
Okay.
She made changes on her own.
Okay, so there, because she was sort of the next in line?
She was there to, yep,
Okay, so she
Yes.
started managing how things were going?
correct.
Okay. But officially, at least in January, she would be the public administrator and would be in charge of how things were done.
Correct.
I want to talk about the communications that were going to be released between yourself and Mr. Tellis, and there's other people, obviously. Those were going to be text messages, email, and Teams messages.
Correct.
And you mentioned that your concern was
The vendors.
what you might have been saying about vendors.
Correct.
Did you raise any other concerns with Mr. Tellis, like, hey, this is going to cause problems for me, I'm really upset about this?
I did not.
Okay. You just said, look, I'm concerned about the vendors.
Just that, yes, there was one vendor's name in there, one of our newer realtors I didn't want.
In that group of communications,
Yes.
were there, like personal communications that really didn't have anything to do with work as well?
Probably.
Okay. I mean, probably everybody that uses
Right.
email at work, not every email is.
With Teams, all my other colleagues, so, yep.
Yes. But that was included in that group as well?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by detectives, I don't know if you remember the date, but does September 7th sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So they come to see you on September the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And they talked to you about the different images, the images of the figure walking, the person in orange?
Yes.
And then you also talked to them about the vehicle?
Yes.
And I think you said it today that you don't really pay attention to gait, like the person, that didn't set off any red flags or alarm bells for you?
It didn't.
But the vehicle did?
Correct.
And that's because you had seen him driving it?
No, never saw him driving it. It would be parked in his spot. Like, we had designated spots there for our work, and his was right next to the employee exit and entrance. So there were a few times that we had saw it there.
Okay. And is that why in your communications with him over text, when it was all coming out in the news, you were...
I was like, wow, this is...
Identical.
Correct.
And so when you discussed that with detectives, you mentioned that look, that vehicle looks...
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, after the time that Mr. Tellis lost his bid, in the primary for re-election,
Yes.
he nonetheless kept working towards trying to preserve the estates of these heirs.
Yes.
And even though he had been elected out of office, he kept trying to stop this corruption that was in existence.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. The state may call their next witness.
Call Officer Anthony Mariscal for Virginia. Just gonna need a second, Your Honor. I gotta get set up.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Anthony, Anthony. Last name is Mariscal. First letter M as in Mary, Ariscal.
And give me 1 minute. There's another flash drive that I did. Just it's like the one right before this. Thanks. to restart the computer, but we can begin. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been, where are you a police officer with? Or like what department are you with?
I'm currently employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with Metro?
7 years now.
What is your title?
A patrol officer.
All right. What area command are you a part of?
I'm currently assigned to the Summerlin Area Command.
If you could explain to the jury, what is an area command?
An area command is one of various substations that are spread across the Las Vegas Valley to patrol different areas of town.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you respond to an address of, I believe it's 7216 Bronze Circle in Las Vegas, Clark County?
That is correct, sir.
All right. On that day, were you working on duty?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming since you responded. Were you with a partner? Were you alone? How were you working on that day?
I was alone in my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Was it a black and white vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember there being in terms of like a call for service? What do you remember the basic details being?
Vaguely that it was a suspicious situation call and that there was possibly somebody in medical distress.
Okay. So when you get a call like that and you're driving around, what do you do at that point?
Once we're dispatched, the address comes up in our computer system, and we just start heading that way via, the GPS, how we decide to get there. And we're reviewing constant details that are updated in the system by the dispatcher as we're driving en route to that location.
Okay. So as you are driving, what sort of details do you hear? Are there any different details that you're hearing that changed your mind about the circumstances, or is it pretty much the same?
Pretty much the same.
Okay. When you arrive at Bronze Circle, what do you remember about the area that you went to? Is it a commercial, residential neighborhood?
It was a residential area, a cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay, it's a cul-de-sac. When you arrive, how many other police officers are there?
I was the first one to arrive.
So the first one there. When you are there any citizens in the general area coming towards you to fill you in on what's going on?
There was an elderly white couple standing in front of the target address.
If you could, please tell me a little bit about what their demeanor was like when they approached you.
It was a white male and white female, elderly, as I previously stated. The female appeared to be visibly distraught, crying, and the male subject was a bit in disbelief when I first made contact with him.
Okay. What do you learn from them, or what do they tell you?
They state that they're neighbors of a gentleman by the name of Jeff Gurman, and previously, the day before, they had tried to make contact with him because they were sitting in their living room and they had noticed that his garage door was open, which they found to be unusual.
Okay. And then what do they say they do over the course of the next day or the following morning?
That previous day that they referenced the garage, they went to his house and attempted to make contact with him. So they were knocking on his front door numerous times and he wasn't answering. And the male also stated that he had his phone number and had tried to call him numerous times to no avail.
Okay. Do they ultimately relay to you that they discover this man somewhere on his premises?
That is correct.
Do they lead you over to that area?
Yes, I walked up there with the male.
Okay. At that point, are there other officers kind of trickling in at this point?
I was still by myself at that point.
Okay. When you approached the body, did you touch it in any way, or did you just kind of look to see generally what it looked like?
None whatsoever. I just observed the general area.
Is that part of your training, or was that just a personal feeling?
That's standard protocol. Usually when we respond to situations regarding dead bodies or decedents or anything of the sort, the police themselves do not manipulate the scene in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Was this individual who was on the ground, was he moving or breathing in any way?
No, not that I could discern.
What did he appear to have any apparent blood on him?
A large amount, yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about protocol. You see a body, there's a lot of blood, not moving, not breathing. What do you do at that point? What are you supposed to do at that point?
At that point, I got on the radio and I broadcast the dispatch and the responding officers that it was my belief that the subject, Mr. Gurman, was deceased.
Okay. Eventually, do some other patrol officers arrive?
Yes.
What other steps are you taking to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, officer?
Due to the nature of the circumstance of this call, we had to make sure that there was no signs of forced entry to the home or anything that was amiss. So while my partner had arrived and was standing with Mr. German and his neighbors, I decided to check the outer perimeter of the home just to confirm that there wasn't any signs of forced entry or anything else otherwise unusual.
At this time, is it pretty much just the couple officers that are there and this couple that are out in the cul-de-sac at this point?
Myself, my partner, and the couple, yes.
Okay, so there's not like a mountain of citizens pouring out of their homes coming towards you guys, right?
No.
Okay, any real estate agents?
No.
I know it seems like a silly question, but no one from Compass Realty, just to be clear, no one identifying themselves as an employee of Compass Realty?
No.
All right. You walk the perimeter. Do you see anything that catches your attention in terms of like suspects or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. At some point, do you start to tape off the scene?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
To prevent any of his other neighbors or anybody else that might be in the area from encroaching upon the residence that might otherwise disturb the immediate scene.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term? So when you do your perimeter tape, where do you do it from?
Standard procedure for us is generally to make it as large as possible, just to facilitate as much area for investigation to take place.
Okay, so do you just kind of around the house, the driveway? Where are you doing this at?
Specifically, I did it in front of the house.
All right. Later, is there crime scene tape that blocks off the entrance to Bronze Circle?
To my recollection, I believe so, yes.
You didn't do it per se, but was
No.
it ultimately done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard of clearing the residence?
Yes.
What is that?
Aside from this particular call, we respond to a variety of other calls for service, such as welfare checks, burglaries, things of that nature. We clear a residence usually with a minimum of a 3-man element if we're trying to take a suspect into custody, if we're conducting a welfare check, any lawful reason that we have entry to make into that home to conduct that.
Officer, did you participate, and I just don't know, but did you participate in the clearing of that residence?
I did, yes.
Was there a Sergeant Freese that also arrived at scene that assisted in clearing the residence with you?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. At the time that you arrived there, were you wearing anything that potentially could record the things that you're seeing or experiencing while out on duty?
Yes, sir.
What were you wearing?
My assigned body-worn camera.
Okay. Prior to coming here and testifying, have you had an opportunity to review footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, we have State's proposed 344, which has been admitted by stipulation. And at this time, we are going to play Officer Mariscal's body-worn camera. If we could cue over.
Mr. Gaston, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
I don't know, it's pretending like we've got extra screens, so we're gonna spin that, okay. Oh, let me stop it right here. Sir, when you activate your body-worn camera, does the audio immediately pick up?
No, sir.
Okay, so how does that work? Why then, if we play in the first few seconds, why is there no sound? What happens with the camera?
The manufacturer of this particular body camera, there's a approximate 30-second buffering zone where there's no audio before it kicks in.
Okay.
Control 2, 4, we're making contact with residents on 1156. We're being cooperative. Yes,
somebody that's injured around here?
What happened,
Just wait here, man.
yesterday was,
Are you a neighbor?
yeah, we're right across the street there. And yesterday, the garage door was open during the afternoon. At night, it wasn't closed, so we came over and we got his cell number, so we're trying to call him.
213, the mail's 419.
We're trying to call him, and we got no answer, so we thought, oh, you know, when it got dark.
So I want to. I'd like to stop right there for a second. You said we have a 419. What does that stand for?
That is our Metro radio code to identify a dead body.
Okay.
The only thing I could do is hold the red cord and lower the garage door, because I couldn't get a hold of him down on the door. Left him messages, and he, you know, no answer. So I came over and not to ring his bell, because I was going to make a wellness call, because he does go out of town. He does go out of town, and it's a holiday. We thought maybe he's flying, and then I was going to call for a wellness call once I'm offshore, and I walked around here because I was going to go in the back garden.
Does he live alone?
Yeah, his name is Jeff German.
Okay.
He's the RJ reporter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Let me just, I'm kind of listening to the radio at the same time. Did you say that his garage was open?
Yeah, but I pulled the cord on it and lowered it down because.
That was last night?
Last night.
At what time?
Probably. What time did we come over last night? I think it was.
Sundown's usually like around close to 8 p.m.
Yeah, probably around there.
Okay. So, you hadn't heard from him in a while? Is that what it was?
We kept. Well, no. I see Jeff has got. And with the door being open, that's very unusual.
The garage door.
The garage door. So, you know, we said, well, let's run it down and hopefully he'll call us. Maybe flying or maybe in the Midwest, you know.
Did you notice anything unusual inside the garage?
No, it's housing.
Okay. After you closed the garage, did you like knock on the front door, try to get hold of him?
No, we were trying to do all that before, and there was absolutely no answer. We kept leaving messages on his voicemail.
Okay.
Well, yesterday afternoon, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. There was a wrecked car. I was sitting in the living room over here, and I just happened to glance out the window, and there was a red, it looked like SUV or something. It was hot out of the maybe a little over.
That was yesterday?
Yesterday.
At what time was that?
Oh, that was what time?
3-ish, because I went to pick up.
Is that your guys' house?
Yeah.
You have cameras? Is it?
I do, and unfortunately, you know, we've been having problems, so I can't get into it.
Okay. Okay. Give me just a second. We'll probably get you guys on a written statement real quick, but
you guys read for that.
yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. There's like some trauma to his neck.
Oh yeah.
They said yesterday at around 8 p.m. approximately, they noticed his garage door was open. They were knocking on his door prior to that.
You should go over to your house. We'll be over in a second, okay?
They were knocking on his door prior to that, and they weren't getting an answer. They said before that, earlier in the afternoon, a red sedan was parked in front of his house, but those cameras that they have don't work.
Is it blood coming from his neck or is it from his mouth?
I almost want to say it's his neck, dude, because there's like a tear in his shirt. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like trauma to his neck. They said that his car was in his garage. They didn't notice anything unusual inside the garage.
Too big for 16.
I'm gonna check the outer perimeter of the house.
Say holy now, probably about 60, a fair amount of blood, possibly severed things. So predictor 50 CM should be 10 points. BC9, 812, give me a call when you have something. Copy.
Sorry, last time? Robert 32, just spoke with the resident who has a camera, and we did observe the male walk by at a 10-11 break. It shows white shirt with the red lettering on the back, and a white visor and everything else, but he just had a bomb in his hand, negative 8413 on the camera.
Everything else is secure. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up right now. Yeah, he's at the end of the street. I'll put some up right here.
You're Robert 32 TV. Just second camera angle, just to reconfirm. Negative 413 in his hands whatsoever, just a phone break. Just update this to a 416 please, word quick. Sure, please. In case there is any future calls, he appeared to have orange tank on.
I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
Send me the next two available units so we can make sure we have this whole thing contained. Just give me time to that home. Hang on, please. 3 hours, 34 cents, Robert. That's Frank, please. Sure, 30. Sure, 30. Sure, 34. Connected 3. I'll keep that TV unit free. TV unit charge on free. I did not just give him a car, what is it? She just briefly ago, she said that we debriefed the other TV units on this call. Whatever they need.
The light bulb? Okay.
Pause it here. So essentially, you kind of finish up sealing off the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we move a little bit farther forward, I take it you kind of speak to the neighbors a little bit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you get. What are we looking at here? Whose home are you in at this point?
This is the home of the woman that you see pictured on screen now.
Okay, so you maybe go speak with them briefly. Is
Yes.
that what you do? Yeah. And then eventually, what are we looking at here?
At this point, this is when we've made entry into Mr. Gurman's home and is clearing it.
Okay. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is the garage of the woman's home that I previously mentioned.
And why are you in there?
I'm with her husband, and I was attempting to assist him in operating his video surveillance system to possibly obtain footage of the red vehicle that they had mentioned.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Officer, we see you arrive, and when you came into contact with the fairly mild-mannered, well-spoken gentleman, Roy Bailey. He was the gentleman that you were speaking to initially in front of the residence. That was captured on video, correct?
Are you referring to the neighbor?
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
It's Metro's policy that you wear a body cam, and that as a patrol officer, and that when you have civilian contact, you record it. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In this case, he was not the subject of an investigation, the target of an investigation, but nonetheless, we have your contact with him captured, and we had the benefit of viewing that this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
You arrived a little after 5:30 on this date, September 3rd. Give or take, and trust me, it's not a trick question. I mean, you can see up here we have a time later on, but you arrived right around 5:30 in the afternoon, September 3rd.
5:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Robert, that's Zulu time.
What would that be in normal people's time?
I don't know the conversion, but
Fair
it is
enough.
in Zulu time.
Okay. Point being is you come into contact, and you were the first recorded law enforcement that we know of, correct? And that's captured on the body cam.
Yes, sir. I was first to arrive on scene.
We don't know what proceeded prior to your arrival, correct?
No, sir.
That's on record, that's recorded. Fair enough. And we have you securing the scene. It says 17:46, but could you give us what time that would be in body cam time?
Just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
That would be the time that you previously mentioned.
And would it be 10:30 maybe in the morning, give or take?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I have no reason to contradict your recollection or your review of the time. I'm just trying to make it clear and so the record's clear. From that point forward, we have the benefit of body cam. Interactions are captured. The scene is captured, things of that nature. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you secure the area about 10 minutes after you come into contact with Mr. Bailey, the neighbor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Will you redirect? Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here today. The state may call their next witness.
We'll call Sergeant Bradley Freese.
And if you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Bradley Freese, Bradley. My last name is Friess.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a police sergeant with Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long have you been with Metro?
17 years.
What is your current title?
Currently, I am a supervisor with the abuse and neglect section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. At that time, did you hold a different position within Metro?
Yes, I did. I was a patrol sergeant, sorry.
Okay, and what was the area command that you were affiliated with?
Summerlin Area Command.
All right. Do you respond to 7216 Bronze Circle at approximately sometime after 10:30 in the morning?
Yes,
on
I
that
did.
day? Okay. When you go out there, or when you were kind of alerted, what are the basic details that you recall hearing?
The basic details that I heard is that there was a suspicious situation and the neighbor had found their neighbor lying on the ground and believed they were possibly deceased, and then officers were dispatched to that location.
Okay, so when you hear that, do you start to make your way over?
Not immediately. Generally, I will wait to get a confirmation or something like that. I'll start heading that way, but depending on who else is, if there's other supervisors, I may or may not head that way right away.
Do you ultimately do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you do arrive, is there any crime scene tape put up that you can remember to help preserve the scene?
Yes, there was crime scene tape and marked police vehicles at the end of the cul-de-sac, blocking off any vehicles driving down the cul-de-sac, as well as at the home itself there was some crime scene tape.
When you arrive at the scene, who appears to be outside?
When I arrived there, the only people that I remember seeing were other officers that were there.
Okay. Do you recall any regular citizens coming through?
Not that I recall, no.
Any real estate agents?
No.
All right. When you arrive, what do you decide to do at that point with your fellow officers?
When I first arrived, we needed to make sure that there were no additional people inside the residence that needed assistance, so we cleared the residence, make sure nobody else was inside the home, and then after that we started to stabilize, make sure everything was preserved for detectives to respond.
Okay. Are you familiar with something that is called a CAD log?
Yes.
And what is a CAD log?
A CAD log is basically the log as an event is updated in our computer system. It is put in this log, and it details, each line details what the officers say over the radio to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher types in this log, which is preserved in that CAD log.
Okay. Is that sometimes referred to as an audit trail?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, can CAD logs organize people in terms of kind of the chronology with when they arrive on a scene?
Yes.
Can they do that? So there's other forms that kind of show the chronology of people showing up.
Yes.
And it lists maybe their name and their time and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In preparation for testifying, have you reviewed the CAD log, an audit trail, as well as a chronological log of who was arriving at scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states proposed 346 and 347, which I believe is admitted by stipulation.
Correct.
All right. So I'd like to publish just page 1 of states 346. Back out a little bit. All right. If we can see this here in the upper left-hand corner, it lists an address. Is that the address that you guys kind of respond to?
Yes, sir.
What does cross slow mean in the middle here? What's that signify?
That is the closest cross street with that particular address.
At the bottom here, or at least in the middle here, it says create, and it says 9/3/2022 at 10:33:31. What does that signify?
That is the date and time the event was created.
Okay, and so there's an event number that's associated with this. Is that right?
Correct.
What is an event number?
The event number is how our police department logs and catalogs anything that's associated with a particular event, whether it's a car stop or a crime or anything like that.
Okay, so if someone calls 911 at the beginning of the day, maybe that's the first event of the day, and it just kind of goes on and on and on through.
Correct.
Is this the event number up here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I want to. You mentioned that the create date was at 10:33:31. When you look at this first entry here, is that kind of what it's signifying here?
Yes.
All right. The next entry here says, can you? This is in shorthand, but can you interpret that for us?
Sure. Conference with medical. PR found neighbor on ground on side yard covered in blood. Appears 419.
What does PR mean?
PR is a person reporting.
Okay. And what does appears 419 mean?
Appears 419. 419 is our radio code for dead body.
Okay. We look here and we start seeing at this entry at 10:34:38. It says unit LV2V6TV stat AS. What does AS stand for?
That stands for assigned.
Okay, and what is that unit, kind of those numbers and that symbol, LV2V6TV? What does that mean?
So the LV is just, the actual call sign is the 2V6TV, and what that stands for, 2 is the shift indicator, 2 is day shift, 3 is swing shift, 1 is graveyard. V is a particular sector beat that unit is responsible for, and then the 6 is that officer's assigned number, whether 1 through 6, and then TV is short for a tactical vehicle.
We go to 10:34:44. It indicates dispatch LV/2V13 officers LV Mariscal Anthony. What does that mean?
That indicates that 2 Victor 13 Officer Mariscal was dispatched to the event.
Okay, and then right below that, it has that same call sign being AS, meaning assigned?
Correct.
Right below that, it says ER, and using that same call sign of Officer Mariscal. What does that mean?
ER means en route.
Okay. So as we kind of look at this log, we'll see a different call sign a little bit lower here. That means that Officer Tyler Burgess is being assigned at 10:34:51. Am I reading that essentially right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got another entry down here. What does this mean?
It says neighbor male, approximately 50 years old, negative breathing, meaning not breathing, changed colors.
Okay. So the call sign for Officer Mariscal was 2 Victor 13, correct?
Correct.
When we look at page 2, we look at this entry here at 10:37:08. It says 2 Victor 13 AR. What does AR mean?
That is short for arrived.
Okay. So essentially what this log does is it shows us who is arriving and who's coming and when they go or if they leave. Would that be fair?
Correct.
All right. You've had a chance to also review the 31 page, and I'm publishing 347, this chronological log of officers and law enforcement personnel with Metro that responded to the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've been through all 31 pages reviewing the names, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the name Derek Jappy anywhere on that catalog?
No, I did not.
Okay. On that day, were you also wearing body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Okay. This time if we could switch over to, and we're going to play States 344. So is this your body cam, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are not at the location in question. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
All right. We are going to spare everyone. Take it this is you driving there?
Yes.
All right. So we're resuming at 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
I just arrived. Give me just a minute. I'll let you know. How many do you have in an office still? Okay, that should be sufficient. I'll let you know here in just a minute. Go ahead, sir. So what's the cross street? Bronze and what? Copy. It would be a winter green and bronze. Okay.
Fair amount of blood, probably from eliminate areas covered by the shirt.
Okay.
Neighbor said, every day, you heard yesterday, saw a red SUV parked here, can't really describe it that well, so the garage door was open. About 8 o'clock, goes outside, the SUV's gone, garage is still open, can't get a hold of this kid, he didn't know where he's at. So neighbor goes in, pulls the right door, closes the garage.
Okay.
So it should be unlocked.
Okay.
That's it, no family, no other, no inside, and, no animals. So, this dude was a crime reporter for the RJ, so,
Okay.
that's where we're at.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to the garage door? I gotta look it up. Okay, all right. Yeah. You got a set of gloves? I got a new stack on my desk, that's fine.
Let me just stop for 1 second. You've been doing this for how long?
17 years.
I take in your 17 years you've been to a lot of scenes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How would you describe this? Is this a dynamic or more like a sterile scene?
It's not a dynamic scene, but there are still some unknowns for us, so it's not quite static yet.
Okay. And so, but I guess you've been to scenes where there's like lots of people running around and people coming out of the woodworks to kind of offer opinions about things they've seen. Is this really one of those scenes?
No.
Okay. Just resuming play.
Hold on, ma'am. Give us just a minute, okay? Yeah, we're gonna move it right now. We're gonna go in and make sure there's nobody inside. Hang out over there for us, okay?
Why are you asking her to do that? Why are you asking her to stay on the other side of the street?
Just to kind of maintain the integrity of the scene where we have, because there's only limited resources there, we needed to make sure we went into the home safely, and I don't want somebody else kind of drawing our attention elsewhere.
Understood.
Before you go in, make sure everybody's ready, so hold on. Good? All right.
Metro Police, if there's anybody in here, make yourself known.
closet there.
Move up. When you say move up, we'll move up right here and you hug that wall. If you want to go with them, then I'll cover it on here. It's got a kitchen back here. You guys ready? Yep. The kitchen kind of looks like it's closed off to the right, and then so it wraps up around to the left. So I'm just going to push through. Ready?
Yep.
Oh. Straight room, straight room. All right. Clear back here.
Slider lock.
It is locked.
I checked the outside already.
Visual clearance from here. It looks like it's clear.
You should run back.
Yeah, before we got here. Around the side.
Day 12, code 12 residence is clear.
Looks like any.
Alright. Any sign of a struggle or drawers open or anything like that in there? What you guys saw?
No ransacking?
Nothing in here.
Okay. Alright. Where's he at, right here?
The only thing is the gravel is slightly disturbed right here.
Right here?
Really right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. Gravel and everything else.
We'll stop it here for a second. Sergeant, I noticed that you didn't touch the body in any way. Why didn't you do that?
Because at this point, I don't know what we have. I don't know exactly what happened. So I'm not going to touch anything in case there's anything of evidentiary value. I'm going to allow detectives to come out and they can do that.
Okay. And when you have a dead body, do people start to touch the body before the coroner investigator shows up, or do they usually leave it alone?
Usually they leave it alone.
Okay. Resuming at
I
27:12.
couldn't see real well. You said there's a cut on his neck right there?
Looks like on the left side.
Yeah, like by the shirt there? Where the shirt's kind of like a hole in the shirt there? Okay. Alright. How'd you guys hang out? Did you guys make contact with anybody over here? When you guys knock on the door, see if anybody's there, anybody's on? Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him, and then I'll have you just hang out over here. Oh, well, somewhere over here, so we'll just don't let anybody come over to the body.
I already talked to her. I already got her. Jeff.
I didn't see cameras.
Hey, when is, last night, what time was it that he came over here?
We said the sun was going down.
Okay, around 8 o'clock-ish? Yeah, okay. And how does he know this guy? Just a neighbor?
Found for an issue here. He said he came over yesterday. Not it's okay. But he came back this morning. And then tried to find him.
Pause it here. Move forward a little bit. So you essentially walk out past Brunt Circle. And then who is this individual here?
That is my lieutenant.
Okay. Resuming at 31:20.
Yeah, possibility. So, because there's no, he said it looks like there's blood around his neck, but there's no, you can't see anything of where it's coming from. So it very well could have come out of his mouth or whatever the case is. Could have had a heart attack, I don't know. So I was going to call the coroner and have the coroner come out. PD's going to out, they can do their thing, and then if coroner determines that it's going to be suspicious, then we'll start notifying homicide. Unless you want me to call them now, give them a heads up, and see if they want to send somebody out.
Have the coroner come out.
Okay.
Let's have the coroner come out. I agree. Just looking at it, it really looks like he just had a sudden drop and hit
Yeah.
from that.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Request a coroner and 90 days.
So ultimately, you're the one that radios in to bring in the coroner's office.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down, and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Okay. We are going to call Detective Derek Jappy. I think I'm okay.
Please step up to the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Derek Jappy, D-E-R-E-K, J-A-P-P-E. Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. If you could tell this jury what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you been with Metro?
I've been employed for 17 years.
What division or what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Intelligence Section and a detective in the Public Corruption Squad.
All right. Before we get to that, prior to, how long have you been in criminal intelligence for?
6 years.
All right. Prior to that, where were you?
So I was a patrol officer. From there, I went to a problem-solving unit. Then I became a detective in probably 11 years ago in the construction theft unit. Then I was a detective in an auto theft task force, the commercial robbery section, and then public corruption squad.
Okay. 1 second. All right, so tell us a little bit about what Criminal Intelligence Public Corruption Squad does.
Yeah, so we investigate anybody that holds public trust. If you're in a position where the public should trust what you're doing, we would do those type of investigations.
All right. So you've investigated public officials in the past?
Yes. The type of people that we investigate are typically police officers, lawyers, judges, politicians, things along those lines.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about someone by the name of Robert Tellis. Do you know Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's a gentleman over here wearing a gray suit.
Okay. What sort of color shirt is he wearing?
To the far right.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So, if we could, tell me a little bit about how you get put in contact with the defendant.
In the beginning of March of 2022, through my chain of command, I was asked to contact Mr. Tellis to reference information that he had, or that he believed that there was corruption that was taking place within the probate court.
Okay. And so that is approximately 6 months before Jeff Gehrman dies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At that time, what position did Robert Tellis hold within Clark County?
Yes, he was the elected public administrator in Clark County, Nevada.
All right. When you meet with him, do you meet with him in March?
Yes, I do.
All right, and when you meet with him in March, is it in person at first? Is it over a phone call? How does it work?
Initially, it was a phone call. After the phone call, he briefly discussed the allegations that he had through his own investigation. From there, he sent me an email outlining his investigation, and then a couple days after that, we met in person to further discuss what his investigation showed.
Do you remember the date that meeting occurred on?
I believe it was March 6th or March 7th of 2022.
Okay. So, if you could, who did Mr. Tellis allege was doing something inappropriate in the world of public administration?
It was Compass Realty, and then employees within Compass Realty.
Okay. What did he say Compass was doing with people who pass away who don't have wills?
There's multiple allegations that Mr. Tellis was claiming. Some of those allegations were that Compass Realty was not notifying the next of kin that they were taking possession of their residence. Secondly, that they were filing false documents to the court, not showing the actual value of the residence, as well as they were selling the residences to employees of Compass Realty, which would be a violation of that statute.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis brought this information to you, did he provide supplementary information to back up some of the things that he was telling you about?
Yes, he did.
Okay. When he came to you, did you take his allegations seriously?
Yes, of course.
All right. If you could, tell us a little bit about what happens when someone dies. Let's just use an example of a house. So, because you investigate all of this for a while, would that be fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when someone dies, and let's say they own a house and they don't have a will, what kind of happens to the house?
The house would just sit vacant if there's no family members that they can get a hold of, or if there's no one if a person dies and there's no one that can be contacted, the house goes into like a vacant status. From there, it will sit that way unless there's a next of kin or unless there's a will. From that point, if there is no next of kin, it just stays empty.
Okay. So do you have an example? Let's say the police enter a home and they find someone's passed away inside the home, and they determine that this person doesn't have a will. Is there someone that the police would contact to get them involved with administering this estate?
Yes, if someone passes away inside their house and police are notified, we would contact the public administrator's office to come take possession of that residence.
Okay, and then at that point they would take over and engage in the process, let's say fixing up the home, and then ultimately maybe reselling it to set up proceeds for next of kin or something along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, but is there another scenario where, let's say, the public administrator's office is not informed, where a private real estate company could somehow insert itself?
Yes, from my understanding, if someone passes away and they're not inside the residence and there is no next of kin, then that house, as we stated, sits vacant. When it sits vacant, either there's liens put on the house through various utility companies, or there are delinquent taxes, things along those lines, which would notify realty companies or probate lawyers that the house is vacant.
So essentially, the bills start to pile up.
Correct.
And if a real estate company is watching liens being filed with court systems, they can learn, oh, we potentially have a vacant house.
Yes.
At that point, can a company file something with the court to become an independent administrator, independent of the PA's office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially how Compass's role fits in, inserting themselves as an administrator?
Correct. And it could either be an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Okay. And generally, what's the difference?
The difference is the value of the profit that would be made. If it's less than $300,000, then it'd be a summary administrator. If it's more, then it'd be independent administrator.
So if you have a home that's under $300,000, how much oversight is there compared to a home that's worth more than $300K?
There's a lot less oversight if it's less than.
And so essentially, Mr. Tellis is reporting to you that he believed that Compass was stepping in on these homes where the bills are piling up, and they are essentially selling them, not notifying next of kin, and making a profit by selling it to other employees of the company.
Yes.
In general. Okay. Okay, so you take it serious. Do you take steps to see if you can corroborate stuff that the defendant is telling you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you examine county recorder sites?
Yes.
Do you examine the courts, like the 8th Judicial Court website, to see what is being filed in open court?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you examine to see when, let's say, Compass Realty were to take over a home, whether or not they'd hold on to the house or flip it really quick? Did you look into that?
Yes. Not only the immediate purchaser of the house, but we even and if the house is sold multiple times after that, we looked into the people that purchased the house if it was sold 2 to 3 times in succession.
Did you take steps to subpoena bank records?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you're doing that. I want to talk about the notification part too. Did you have a chance to study the Nevada statutes that govern notifying next of kin when these situations pop up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know something? Have you ever heard of something called certified mail?
Yes.
Could you tell this jury what certified mail is?
Certified mail is if you're going to send a letter to someone, it has a form on the front of it. Once the letter gets delivered, whoever accepts the letter signs for it saying that they received this letter, and then that gets, in most cases, sent back to the person who sent the letter to let them know that it has been received.
Okay. When you examine the statutes regarding this process, some company or person coming in to be an independent administrator, was there a requirement in the statutes to have something like certified mail?
No, there is not.
Okay. So in a certified mail situation, whoever gets the notification would have in theory had to sign it, and then you'd have proof like, hey, I have their signature, they were notified, right?
Correct.
But the laws on the books didn't require that in this scenario.
Correct.
Okay. So when you started looking into whether or not people were notified, what were kind of the results?
There are mixed results.
Meaning what?
Some people stated that they were notified, and then others said they had no idea about it.
And just to be clear, we're specifically talking about people who had Compass Realty take over as an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Correct. So through our research, in the documents that were filed with the court through Compass Realty, it would oftentimes state who the next of kin was that they attempted to notify or that they found through their own research. Those are the people that we contacted. And if there weren't next of kins listed, we would try to find our own, through our own research, we'd find next of kins. And those are the people that we contacted. And that's, some of those people said they were notified, others said they were not.
All right. I now want to turn your attention to May of 2022. That's about 2 months after you start investigating Compass Realty and speaking with Mr. Tellis. At that time, do you become aware of a series of articles written by Jeff Garriman about Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
And in general, it's kind of alleging there's like bullying in the office and an accusation of affair, things like that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
During that time, did you have interactions with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Based on what you saw or what you heard from the defendant, how did he feel about those articles that Garriman wrote about him?
He was upset about them.
Okay. What did he say about Jeff Garriman?
After Jeff Garriman, it's just a foundation. We get a time, place.
Sure. Okay. Did you have conversations in May of 2022 with Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall speaking with him about the defendant's opinion of Jeff Garriman and why he wrote those articles?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were?
I don't recall where I was at.
Do you remember if it was over the phone or in person?
It had been either over the phone, either through a voice conversation or text messages.
Okay. In general, what did the defendant say about why Mr. Garriman was doing this?
He said that he just wanted to sell papers and that he didn't want the full story or to share the full story.
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you about something that he believed would shed light on what was really happening in the public administration's office?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you that you should look at, or what did he refer you to?
He referred me to a website where he shared his side of the story.
And at this time, is there an election going on?
Yes.
Okay. So he's running for election and these things are coming out?
Correct.
Did he seem concerned about the election? If you know, I don't know if you know, but based on your actions, did he seem concerned?
Our conversations weren't along those lines. So.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to May 16th. On that date, does the defendant also approach you about another issue he is concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. What does he approach you about?
This is a phone conversation. After the article was written, Roberta Lee Kinnett was receiving a bunch of text messages that he believed were harassing in nature, and he asked if that would be something that I'd be willing to investigate.
Did you, in fact, investigate that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
A few days later, Mr. Tellis sent me screenshots of the text messages that were received. I forwarded those text messages to the district attorney's office and had them review them to see if it fit any harassment or annoying, threatening phone call types crime.
Okay. And what was the result after you reached out to the DA's office?
That it did not rise to the level of any criminal action.
Did you let Mr. Tellis know about the results of after speaking with the members of the DA's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate that he understood?
Yes.
At this point, is the investigation into Compass still going on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, I will now turn to June of 2022. At this point, do you become aware of the defendant losing his primary election?
Yes.
So essentially, in 6 months, he would not be the public administrator anymore.
Correct.
All right. Are you having some amount of contact with the defendant?
Yes, I am.
Is it as frequent as it was before?
Our contact was periodic, so I would say yes is similar.
Okay. So now I want to turn to August of 2022. After the primary loss, are you still investigating Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
All right. At that point in time, are you put in contact with other members of the Public Administration Office?
Yes, I am.
Who are those people that you were put in contact with?
I was put in contact with Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin.
Did you know at the time, as of August, Rita Reed was the very person who beat Mr. Tellis in the election?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So you knew that they were employees and you knew that Rita had run against them?
Yes.
All right. So what do they allege to you?
In our initial meeting with them, they alleged that they received information that Mr. Tellis was receiving kickbacks.
Okay. A week after meeting them, do you speak with another individual in the real estate world?
Yes, it's around a week. I don't have the exact days.
Okay. What's her name?
Her name is Kimberly McMahon.
Okay. Was she a former Metro police officer?
I believe she was a lieutenant, yes.
Okay. Was she currently an employee of Metro at the time that you met with her?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long had she been retired for?
I believe she retired in 2021, so it had been about a year since she was a police officer.
Okay. Does she also share information about this alleged kickback scheme?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the allegation? So how does the kickback work in this scenario? Because he's the PA, so it's got to be a little different than the Compass thing. So what's the difference?
Yes, so the information I received is that through the Public Administrator's Office, when they take possession of the home and that home is ready to be sold, they have the ability to pick whatever realtor they want to sell that house. The allegation was that historically the Public Administrator's Office would use multiple realtors and it would kind of be like on a rotating basis of how the houses were sold. The information I received is that Mr. Tellis approached Ms. McMahon while they were selling one specific house and asked to receive 30% of the commission that she received. When a realtor sells a house, through our research, the buyer agent and the seller agent usually receive between 3 to 3.5% of the total sale of the house. So the total value from this realtor would be 7%, and Mr. Tellis stated that he would continue giving them houses to sell if he got 30% of that 7% of the commission.
All right. So now, detective. So we got one guy saying this company's doing this, and now you have other people accusing the very guy who came to you of doing something inappropriate. Detective, as a police officer, do you just pick and choose at this point which one you want to do?
No.
Please tell us, how do you handle a situation like this?
We investigate both simultaneously. Even if a person that's providing us information, if we get information later on that that person is also committing criminal acts,
it doesn't change. It doesn't change our focus. It doesn't change the ability to still investigate both criminal activities at the same time.
So you have to follow the evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, in August of 2022, do you then start to investigate the allegations raised against Robert Tellis?
Yes.
At the same time, in August of 2022, are you investigating the allegations against Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
So what sort of steps do you take to see if what Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin are saying, to see if it makes any sense? What sort of things did you start looking at?
Similar to the investigation from the information we received from Mr. Tellis, we did a similar thing. So we had names of multiple realtors that the public administrator's office had been using, specifically since Mr. Tellis took that position as a public administrator. We looked into the houses that they have sold since, like I said, he took office. And we were able to see a pattern of multiple realtors being used. And then from the time that Ms. Mahan said that the house was taken away from her, it seemed like the houses went specifically to one realtor. That realtor, based on our research, didn't sell many houses before he met Mr. Tellis. And then after he met Mr. Tellis, the amount of homes that he sold specifically for the public administrator's office substantially increased.
Okay. So do you take steps like, I don't know, collecting people's phones and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. You do records requests and things of that nature?
Correct.
Do you subpoena bank records as well?
Yes.
And additionally, do you apply for and acquire what's called a pen register?
Yes, I do.
What is a pen register?
A pen register is a search warrant that we do to collect phone data information, such as location information and incoming and outgoing contact with that phone, either text messages or voice calls.
And so when you say location information, are you talking about when a phone kind of interacts with a cell site?
Yes.
And sometimes are those referred to as historical phone records?
Correct.
Because we're trying to see where a phone is geographically when it's interacting with a tower.
Yes.
Okay. So you get information like that. Additionally, do you institute surveillance on Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I do.
All right. And was the pen register in effect in early September?
Yes, it was.
Were you surveilling in early September?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd. Do you become aware that Jeff Garriman is murdered on that day?
Yes, I was.
Detective, was surveillance instituted on the defendant on September 2nd, 2022?
No, it was not.
Do you remember why?
Surveillance was conducted on Mr. Tellis the day prior, so September 1st, 2022.
So why stop? What's the deal with that?
Typically in our line of work, we don't want to do surveillance on a subject multiple days in a row. We typically have the same cars, and if someone starts noticing a same car or same person behind them multiple days in a row, they can get suspicious. So we like to space out our surveillances so that people can't notice cars.
Okay. So the day before, and this was the day off?
Correct.
All right. Now, I have another question to ask for you. It's a bit of a burning question. Detective Jappy, did you go to 7216 Bronze Circle on the day Jeff Garriman was murdered?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, later, I don't know if it's that evening or the very next day, do you attend a briefing with Metro regarding the Garriman murder?
Yes, I believe it was that evening at our headquarters.
Okay. Fair to say, given he was a reporter, this was kind of a big deal. It had some notoriety, at least certainly media notoriety.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide those historical phone records in the pen register to the lead detective, in this case, Detective Gaddis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you mention that you were aware of these articles that came up as well?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, who, as far as you know, who is handling the investigation of the Garriman murder?
Detective Gaddis.
Okay. Are you an integral role? Are they saying, like, ride shotgun with me on this? Is that what's happening?
No.
Okay. So homicide's handling.
Correct.
So then I have another question for you. As of September 2nd, Jeff Garriman dies. Do you, for some reason, stop doing your Compass investigation or your Tellis investigation?
No, both those investigations still continue.
All right. So now I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. On that day, are you contacted by Detective Justine Gaddis?
Yes, I am.
Does she ask you to meet her somewhere?
Yes.
And where are you supposed to meet her at? She called me and asked me if I could meet her at the Summerlin Area Command. And why did you have to go over there?
Mr. Tellis was present there, and she asked if I could come assist her in the interview.
Okay. At that time, though, is a buccal swab taken from Mr. Tellis pursuant to a search warrant?
That was prior to my arrival.
Okay, so you're not there. Are you aware, though, a buccal's being taken on that day?
Yes.
All right. Are you also aware of a warrant being acquired to perform a search at his residence?
Yes, I am.
Because this is all happening on the 7th, right?
Correct.
Detective Jappy, did you participate in the search warrant at the defendant's home on September 7th, 2022?
No, I did not.
Who drops off the defendant at his house on the 7th?
It was Detective Gaddis and I.
After you drop him off, do you become aware that the DNA results have come back?
Yes.
Do you learn that there's a plan in place at that point to place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, I do.
Do you go home at that point in time, or where do you go at that point?
I was in the vicinity of Mr. Tellis' residence.
Okay. And are you tasked with anything on that day?
Yes.
What are you tasked to do?
I was asked to call Mr. Tellis and ask him if he could come outside of his house and surrender to us.
Do you have an understanding as to why you were selected?
Yes.
Why?
One, based on my rapport with Mr. Tellis, we had I would say a long-standing relationship for 6 months. We talked somewhat frequently. And also, I'm a member of our crisis negotiation team.
What is the crisis negotiation team?
We are individuals within Metro that have specialized training in crisis negotiation. So if someone is in a mental state where they are refusing to come out of their residence, either barricaded inside the residence or have hostages or want to harm themselves, we have specialized training, and we respond to talk to those individuals to try to get them to get into a mental state where they're ready to start thinking rationally again and exit whatever place they're in.
And potentially de-escalate a potentially harmful situation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call the defendant?
I call his wife's phone.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, how many years have you been a member of the crisis negotiation team?
Approximately 6 years. I started in 2016, but I had a 2-year break in between.
So you call his wife's phone. Do you eventually get the defendant on the phone?
Yes, I do.
How long do you spend talking with Mr. Tellis?
In total is about 2 hours.
Okay. Does he say anything to you that expresses that gives you a concern about his personal safety?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say that brings you that concern?
There's multiple statements that he wasn't thinking clearly, and that he was thinking about hurting himself. And then it progressed to where he was telling me that he could not exit the residence because he was stuck in his tub. And at that point, we members of the SWAT team utilized robots and drones to see that he was, in fact, laying in his tub and unable to exit.
I want to ask you this question. During that 2-hour negotiation, do you ever step foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I do not.
Okay, so are you at some sort of command post or somewhere farther away?
I started off in my vehicle, and then once the SWAT team arrived, we have a room that the negotiators go and sit in. So for probably the first hour and a half, I was in my vehicle, and then I transitioned into the command vehicle for the SWAT team.
Okay, and then at that point, you mentioned that drones or robots confirm. Is that because they're like armed with cameras?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get a visual essentially.
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, does SWAT go in and safely get him out of the house?
Yes, they do.
After SWAT gets him out of the house, is he provided medical treatment and brought to an ambulance?
Yes.
Is that ambulance? Obviously, the ambulance is outside of the house. Do you approach that ambulance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you approach the ambulance?
As part of what we typically do as negotiators, we go to debrief the person that was barricaded within the house, and we have conversations with them to see if there's anything that we could do that could have been different to get them to exit the house earlier, or different things that we could have said to have rationale with the subject. On top of that, with my relationship with Mr. Tellis, just to see if he was okay.
Okay, I'll ask you, Detective, were you concerned about him?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Like I said, I had a relationship with him. Obviously, through the conversation that we had, we know about his family, everything that he's going through. You never want to see someone in a situation where they feel like they have to hurt themselves. Like it doesn't matter what the nature of the allegations are or anything like that. And so all those things were factors that, I was concerned about his safety.
Okay. How long, I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like how long do you spend interacting with him?
In the ambulance, I was probably in there for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you stay in the ambulance as he's taken to a hospital?
No, I do not.
Okay, so he is then taken away at that point?
Yes.
After he leaves to go to the ambulance, Detective Jappy, did you set foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I did not.
Okay, so September 7th, Robert Tellis is arrested. At this point, do you stop your investigation into Compass and Mr. Tellis?
No, both investigations still continue.
Okay. Let's first talk about the Tellis investigation. When do you conclude your investigation into the allegations raised by Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin and Ms. McMahon?
My investigation ended around February of 2023. We passed the information that we had and all the information that we collected to the FBI to do a secondary analysis of it.
Let me stop. I want to stop you here for a second. You conclude in February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Before you send it to the FBI, what determination, Detective, do you make regarding the allegations that Robert Tellis did something involving a kickback scheme?
Through all the investigation that we did and all the research that we conducted, there is no evidence to support that Mr. Tellis was receiving any kickbacks.
Okay. Do you then refer to the FBI?
Yes.
And what does the FBI say?
They review the documentation as well, and they came to the same conclusion.
Okay. Do you take this evidence to the DA's office in the hopes that they file charges against Mr. Tellis?
No, I did not.
So you don't do that in that case?
Correct.
With respect to what the old guard has said about Mr. Tellis. Is that correct? Do you know who the old guard is?
I do not.
Okay. Sorry, I'll use it about regarding what Ms. Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin or Ms. McMahon, what they say about him. You don't take all that to the DA's office?
Correct.
Regarding Mr. Tellis?
Correct.
Let's turn our attention to Compass Realty. When did your investigation conclude on that?
Around February of 2023.
Okay. Do you take that information, what conclusion, let's do it this way. Do you take that evidence to the DA's office?
Yes, I do.
In the hopes that they file charges?
When I took the evidence to the district attorney's office, it was in support of trying to get search warrants to further the investigation.
And what are you told, essentially, by members of the district attorney's office?
That based on the information that we had and how the Nevada revised statute is written regarding probate cells, that through the legislative loopholes that Compass Realty was utilizing loopholes and that there would not be a criminal prosecution of the case.
So specifically we're talking about things like the requirements of service, right? Like you don't have certified mail, and you're getting a mixed bag, so it's going to be hard to say that they weren't really notifying people.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, because you had some people who in fact were notified and some people didn't.
Yes, and then in regards to filing the false documents to the court, oftentimes the employee of Compass Realty did provide who the home was sold to and the company that it was sold to, and there was no further questions from the court about it, but they did provide the documentation.
So at the end of the day, regarding the Tellis accusations, you do not go to the DA's office, but Compass Realty you did.
Correct.
But based on the way the law was written, you were told this can't go any further just because of just how these statutes are written.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk about one more thing, that pen register. Did you have an opportunity to review the pen register with respect to Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, and you have records, you've collected those records. On that day, in the morning of September 2nd of 2022, what do you see in terms of the activity on that phone?
The activity between
I don't have the exact times, but between like 8:30 in the morning, around 8:30 in the morning to early afternoon, the phone activity was only incoming activity as far as text messages and phone calls, and there was no outgoing text messages or phone calls until early afternoon. Okay, so basically, like, there's activity on the phone, and geographically, where's the phone pinging from?
Around his residence.
Okay, so the phone appears to be located nearby the residence.
Correct.
And people are kind of reaching out to his phone, but nothing's going out.
That's correct.
For about how long of a time period?
I'd say approximately 5 to 6 hours.
Okay, and you've provided those records to our office, is that correct?
Yes.
At this time, we're going to ask for the admission of States 345. It's been admitted by stipulation.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
If we could just cue over. So, that's super weird. It's because I have to slide it over here. I apologize. Let's do this with this. Voila. It's magic. Okay. This is going to... I'll have to look over here. Sorry. This is a little harder for me to do. Okay. What are we looking at in this first column here? Do you know?
The first column is just the case number that our technical and analytical section assigned to it.
And what is this second column indicating?
The second column is the target phone number, so the phone number that the PIN register is provisioned on.
And for the record, I opened up a file that was entitled 702-533-1858 CDRs.
Correct.
Okay. What's in column D?
The date of the activity.
Okay. So tell me this. So what time did you say roughly this starts at?
I said approximately 8:30. It looks like it's 8:45 hours, so 8:45 in the morning was that last. I'm sorry, 08:48 in the morning was the last outgoing text messages.
Okay, so that's entry. I'm sorry, it's just really hard for me to see. I apologize.
No.
So eight at entry number. What's that entry number with the outgoing text?
The only thing I can see is it ends in 56.
Oh, it's cut off on your screen. So is it 45556, and it's a text in column H outgoing, correct?
Yes.
And it's sent to 6728556. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's outgoing. The next couple entries below, the next two are incoming, correct?
Yes.
What is the significance, though, of outgoing data? What does that mean?
So through my training experience, data sessions aren't reflected with the accurate times on through phone records. We're taught not to rely on data sessions.
Okay, so that potentially is just a ping from the cell phone company sending things out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like what counts as data sessions, but
on a record, let's say you send a text message in column 8, it'll say text, right?
yes.
Okay, so let's keep scrolling down. So if we look at entry number 45568 at 9:16:01, there seems to be an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
And again, there's outgoing data, and then another incoming text. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so essentially you're seeing a series of incoming texts, but there's like no response. There's no outgoing text, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we're at, if we look at entry 45582, the very one at the bottom, can you read me the time at that point?
Yes, that's 9:44:53.
All right, let's keep scrolling down. So, again, are we seeing kind of a toggling of incoming text message and then these outgoing data kind of notations, correct?
Yes.
Please tell me what the last time on this entry here is.
10:16:31.
And I know it's cut off, and that's entry number 45597 for the record. Wrong mouse. I don't know if we're, all right. Now we have something called incoming voice. What is that?
That's his phone is receiving a phone call.
Okay. So you're seeing a couple of calls that are being made, correct?
Yes.
But nothing outgoing in terms of voice or text.
Correct.
What is the last time that you have here?
The last time I have is 11:59:09.
And for the record, since it's cut off, it's 45:612. Looking at here, again, we're not seeing anything outgoing in terms of voice or text, correct?
Correct.
But there is an incoming voice at the end, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the time on that?
13:20:28.
So I'm assuming that's a 24-hour clock?
Yes.
Okay, so convert that for people who don't know.
Yes.
24-hour clock is.
That'd be 1:20 p.m. and 28 seconds.
Okay, so another incoming, at 1:20 incoming voice call, and for the record, that entry is 45:630. Let's see. Again, are we only seeing incoming text at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. No outgoing text, no outgoing voices.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Please tell us the time here at the bottom.
13:26:35. So 1:26 and 35 seconds p.m.
Okay. And for the record, that's entry point 45:651. Now I want to turn your attention to the third entry from the bottom. The entry is 45:658 at 14:05:49. What do we have there?
We have an outgoing text message to 702-325-2821. So that means he sent a text, or his phone sent a text message to that number.
Please convert for this jury what 14:05 translates into in a normal 12-hour clock.
Yeah, it's 2:05 and 49 seconds p.m.
Okay, so from 8:48 a.m. until 2:05 p.m., there's not a single outgoing voice call or a single outgoing text message.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination. Oh, we probably need to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Ronnie, back in here.
Tonight's evening come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
All right, we have just one moment.
You bet.
Talk outside first. Quick second, just a moment. Just so we can
Sure,
keep a
no
little-
problem.
Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Detective Jappy, just so we're clear, based upon your direct testimony today, Mr. Tellis has basically been exonerated of the allegation or the concern of your investigation regarding his receiving bribes or kickbacks.
Yes, that's correct.
This investigation was basically started by Kimberly McMahon meeting with you and giving you information, fair to say?
That was part of it, yes.
As a result of her coming to you, you sought a pen register, trap and trace real-time device location wherein you could follow Mr. Tellis's phone.
Again, in part because of the information received by her.
Correct. Long story short, the warrant that you obtained was, it makes reference to Kimberly McMahon, correct?
Yes.
That provided the probable cause for you to get this trap and trace device, correct?
It helped the probable cause.
It was the primary reason. We'll go there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As a result of this, you were able to monitor his whereabouts. Maybe not to the specific inch, but pretty darn close.
That's correct.
You were able to monitor calls received, sent out, the metadata, not the contents, but the numbers.
Correct, the phone number's out, yes.
As well as the data information, the text that he both received and sent out, fair to say?
Yes, the phone number's out, either sent or received it, yes.
Correct. You would testify concerning surveillance that had been conducted on Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
There is a report that was generated on August 17th of 2022.
Correct.
Criminal intelligence surveillance log was generated as a result of the surveillance that was conducted.
Yes.
Notes are taken concerning the activities of Mr. Tellis.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Picks up a child, goes to Home Depot, fair to say?
Yes.
Goes to Chipotle.
Yes.
Goes home. And he was under surveillance for a number of hours on August 17th, 2022.
Correct.
Now, there's a second report that's generated, and that's a September 6th, 2022. And this is of Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
References made where security cameras are observed under the eave of the roof.
Correct.
And there's a notice or a notation here concerning those not having been there previously.
Yes.
Now, there's reference made to, and actually you testified now, concerning surveillance conducted of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022.
Yes.
Was a report generated or a surveillance log generated in reference to that surveillance?
Yes, there was.
Was that provided to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You are subject to recall, and the parties have agreed that in the event that it's necessary to call you back, which you're willing to come back and speak to us, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. And it's your testimony that as a result of the surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022, that he was not surveilled on September 2nd of 2022. You generally don't like to have two surveillance days back to back.
Correct.
Fair to say that he was subject to surveillance from the time that you obtained this warrant and began looking at him on August 17th until past the time that the events which gave rise to this case occurred.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You bet. He's under surveillance. First time is August 17th. He's then surveilled September 1st of 2022.
Correct.
And then he's surveilled September 6th, 2022. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the events that gave rise to this case are alleged to have occurred on September 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
So during this time, he was subject to surveillance, but just not on this specific day, according to your testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
From the time that you obtained this warrant in August, he was subject again to this pen register trap and trace.
Yes.
And that obviously covered the events as we've seen of September 2nd, 2022.
Yes, it did.
At no time during this course of events, to your knowledge, was he made aware of these things?
Correct.
Or these efforts on your part, fair to say?
Yes, very fair.
In reference to the person that came forward to you and gave you information, which was the primary basis for your warrant, Kimberly McMahon, she was a real estate agent.
Yes.
But at the time that these solicitations that she claimed occurred between herself and Mr. Tellis, she was actually a lieutenant of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Around the same time. I don't know the exact dates, but yes, around the same time.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that it's my understanding that she was, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Okay. You had testified that while Mr. Tellis has been exonerated, and let me ask you this, your investigation concerning Mr. Tellis and these allegations against Mr. Tellis concerning this kickback scheme, he was never notified, correct?
Correct.
So, up until your testimony today, he did not receive a phone call, he hasn't received a letter, anything of that nature to inform him that your investigation was complete and that you found no wrongdoing concerning the allegations that you were involved in.
I did not interview him, reference it, and it's not typical to let people know that they're subject of investigation.
Fair enough. Would you agree with me that based upon this investigation that he conducted, an independent investigation, and provide you documentation concerning, you began and continued investigation for several months concerning Compass Realty and other actors?
Yes, I did.
And you ultimately submitted the evidence that you confirmed and built upon that was received from him. You submitted that to the district attorney's office.
It was a conversation with the district attorney's office. There was no formal submission or anything along those lines.
And you were informed that while obviously it was a statutory issue, but the district attorney's office did not file charges, but then you had given testimony that this information has been submitted to the FBI.
In regards to Mr. Tellis, yes.
Okay. In regards to even concerning an investigation of Mr. Tellis, or just so we're clear, please?
Yes, concerning the investigation that we were doing into Mr. Tellis for the kickbacks, that information was turned over to the FBI. The information referenced Compass Realty was not.
Okay. Fair to say that if Mr. Tellis had not come forth to you, that you wouldn't have learned, you weren't notified prior to his notifying you of these actions of Compass Realty and others.
Correct.
So he reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
And when I say you, I'm saying if I told you that he first reached out to the district attorney, Mr. Wolfson, and then ultimately it came to your desk, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that's a fair assessment.
You reached out to Detective Gaddis on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Detective Gaddis and I had a conversation before, since the murder occurred, up until his arrest. So,
you had reached out, and if I told you it was contained within an officer's report authored by Detective Gaddis, do you have a reason to disagree with me?
No, I wouldn't.
So you'd agree with me, you reached out to Detective Gaddis to inform Detective Gaddis that you had information that you felt would implicate Mr. Tellis in a murder?
I don't recall any information that would implicate him. I passed along facts that I had through my investigation.
To where you thought that he should be a target or he should be looked at?
Again, I was just informing Detective Gaddis of information that I had. She was a case agent. However, she receives that information is her decision.
And like I said, I don't want to mince words with you, but you basically reached out to Detective Gaddis to say, hey, I think I have some information. You should look at Mr. Tellis.
She should be aware of the information I had, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tellis is detained for the purposes of collecting his DNA and ultimately his pants on September 7th. You're aware of that?
Yes.
He's subsequently spoken to by homicide detectives, correct?
Yes.
You then became involved or entered into that interview, that discussion?
I was present at the beginning of the conversation with him.
Okay. And there was discussion that you had with him concerning an investigation or other matters concerning you and him, correct?
Yes, we had conversation. I was giving him updates on where we're at with Compass Realty as the homicide investigation was continuing.
So he's being detained, having his DNA taken, literally having his pants taken off of him, and you are speaking to him concerning Compass and Compass Realty.
When I spoke to him, that process had already been completed, and we were just in the room, more like small talk type conversation.
Okay, but you were there, correct?
Yes.
He's obviously aware that he's the subject of a murder investigation. Things are going, as you testified, fairly badly for him in a psychological, mental sense. You're now part of the crisis negotiation team that's speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
And then following his emergence from his residence, you then are in the ambulance with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, I was.
And it was just you and he in the ambulance?
No, there was multiple people inside the ambulance.
Okay, who was in the ambulance?
My partner with the negotiation team was with me, and then numerous firefighters and paramedics.
I see. And since that time, you've not had any contact with Mr. Tellis?
No.
Thank you. And again, subject to recall, I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're not excused from your subpoena. So if Mr. Draskowitz wants to recall you, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being here today. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
State called Officer Levi Hancock.
You'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face square.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Levi Hancock. First name is spelled Levi. Last name is Hancock.
I received your honor. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what division are you currently in with Metro?
In the SWAT section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you and your SWAT team members kind of sent out to help assist in potentially effectuating an arrest on a defendant by the name, or a suspect by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, we were.
Do you see Robert Tellis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit on the far right side of that table.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. Okay. Now, prior to going out to effectuate that arrest, were you aware that there was a search warrant being executed on that home earlier in the day?
Yes.
Okay. So once you guys are sent out, what is the plan at that point? What's the plan to do this?
So we've been notified of the previous search warrant. We were also told that there was an incoming search warrant to take Mr. Tellis into custody. That was pending some DNA results.
Okay.
It was our understanding that surveillance was being done on the house at that point in time, at which point they made contact with him, and then they deemed it a barricaded person, and that's when we were requested.
And around that time, DNA results come back in. Are you made aware of that?
Yes.
And there's a decision that an effectuating arrest is going to happen?
Correct.
How many SWAT officers respond to this barricade?
I would say probably around 20 or so, at least.
All right. Where were you, let me ask you this. When, let's say you're dealing with a resident, are sides of the home given a number?
Yes, they are.
What is that? How does that work in your
So if you're facing a residence, to the left of it would be the 2 side, the rear was what we call the 3 side, and then to the right of it would be the 4 side.
And the front would be?
The 1 side.
All right. So, were you assigned a particular side of the house?
Yes, it was red team was actually the primary team that day, and I work on blue team. They put a request out for additional personnel, and I was assigned to work on the 3 side of the building.
So that's the back part.
That's the back, correct.
And I don't want to assume, but it sounds as if maybe there are officers maybe on all sides of the house. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's completely surrounded.
Okay. So, are there efforts, as far as you know, to communicate with Mr. Tellis to see if he would come out on his own?
Yes, prior to our arrival was our understanding, at least the communication that had been put out, was that they were on the phone with him and he had made the refusal to come out of the residence.
Do you know roughly how long people talked with Mr. Tellis?
It was well more than an hour,
okay,
if not closer to 2.
All right. Ultimately, are you able, does the SWAT team enter the home?
Yes. Prior to our arrival, the units that were conducting surveillance made the determination that they needed to enter the residence under exigent circumstances because they were in fear that he was harming himself. They made entry into the home, cleared the first level of the home. That's the point when SWAT assets started to arrive and took over inside the home.
And based on what you learned, where did you believe Mr. Tellis was located in the house? You said you secured the first floor. Where did you believe he was located?
So it was relayed to us. We also put out snipers, so they provide intelligence and overwatch for us. They had seen some movement on the second floor of the 1 side. If you're facing the home, the very first window, it appeared to be some block windows, but they could see some movement, some hand movement, gestures coming from that bathroom.
Okay. Is there a decision made to make your way up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes. Prior to that, we used robotics and a drone.
Why are those helpful?
Well, we don't want to rush into any type of situation and put ourselves in a position where, unfortunately, we encounter a lot of individuals that try and go suicide by cop. So we want to identify somebody, try and isolate them, establish communication with them, and have a peaceful resolution.
Okay. So do the robots and the drones establish visual on on the defendant?
Yes, the robot came in first, ascended the stairs, and actually proceeded into the master bedroom, which is on the one side of the second floor.
Okay, so the front side of the house.
The front side of the house, yes.
I'm learning. Okay, so the robot gets visual. How about the drone? Does it establish visual as well?
Yeah, the robot actually made its way into the master bedroom. There was quite a bit of clutter in the bedroom, so it couldn't really proceed much further. Soon after that, the drone came in, flew into that bedroom, and identified Mr. Tellis in the bathtub.
Okay, so he's in the bathtub according to the visuals that you got?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens next?
It was relayed to us as the drone flew in. And again, the robots have the ability to establish communications with the person. They relayed to us over the radio that Mr. Tellis had appeared to drop a knife outside of the bathtub, meaning that he was potentially unarmed at that point. They identified that he was covered in blood and potentially had some self-inflicted wounds on him.
Okay. Do you and your team make your way up the stairs to the bathroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you reach the bathroom, what do you see and what do you do at that point?
I was the first person in the bathroom operating the shield. We established verbal communication with him, told him, "Let me see your hands." He made some gesture like he had said, you know, if he did have a weapon, I believe I said, drop the knife or drop whatever you may have. He made some gesture that it was outside of the bathtub. I could definitively clear his hands at that point, which we proceeded forward to remove him from the bathtub.
Okay. Are you successful in removing him from the bathtub?
Yes.
Once removed from the bathtub, do you provide any sort of immediate assistance medically to Mr. Tellis?
Yes, we extracted him from the bathtub and pulled him out into the main floor space of the master bedroom so we could at least start to render some medical aid. We're fortunate enough to have what's called a tactical emergency medical team with us. So we have commissioned officers that are EMTs, and then we have physicians that volunteer their time. So we had a physician on site along with 2 EMTs that came in along with myself to provide medical aid to Mr. Tellis.
So essentially the 3 of you provide medical aid, is that correct?
Yes, 4 of us.
4 of you.
Yes.
What about the rest of those SWAT members? Do they stick around, or are they kind of sent downstairs? What happens?
No, they were sent to just to make sure the rest of the residence was clear and then just get out of the way.
Okay. After providing medical assistance on the second floor, where do you take Mr. Tellis?
We wrapped him in a sheet so we could ascend him down the stairs, and then he was placed on a gurney, at which point he was taken out to medical.
At the time that you performed all of these actions, were you wearing anything to record things that you had seen or experienced while inside the house?
Yes, we're assigned a body-worn camera, which is worn on my helmet.
Prior to coming here today, have you had a chance to review that body-worn footage?
Yes.
All right. At this time, we are going to play Officer Hancock's body-worn camera. It is found within Exhibit States 344. It's been admitted already in there. Yeah, thank you. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to stop it right here. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the stairs that lead up to the second floor of Mr. Tellis' home.
Okay, thank you very much.
Copy that. We're making our way up to 88 into the master bedroom. The flare's already been put out. Keep eyes moving, keep eyes on. Copy that. We're at the radio. Taser ready. Taser, you're on clean behind me. You gotta hold my phone back over here. Levi, smash it if you need to. Put your hands. Put your hands. Good. Stand up. You got any weapons? This is again. Grab on the floor. Come on the ground. Here. Right here. Slide. Wait. There you go. Slide. Yep, I got it. Hey, let's pull them out when we can. When you can, leave line. No rush. up. Sit him up. Pull out. Keep going. Keep holding. Hey, we don't have a lot of room on this land. It's right here. Good. Right here. Put it down. Okay, got a lot of space. Listen, hey, you want to take him out? You want to take him out? Hey, check it out. No, SWAT guys. One guy. Levi was medical. One guy. Everybody else start backfilling and clearing. Yes, sir. Levi stays with medical. Everyone else start backfilling and clearing the rest of the structure. Hey, Mark, got a room over here as well. I'll go to Mark.
Push back. Where? A lot of significant blood loss in the bathtub. You want to get him outside?
Just get dressed. Let's just make sure there's nothing material. We need to stop right away.
You want me to drop?
The rest of the team's clearing up now. Hey.
Down, we're cutting all
The arms are no big deal. They're superficial. They can get dressed and make sure they're no junctional. Attack medics are working as well as the attack doc. Does that room drive around that door? They're clear to hill, yes.
Take it all the way down. Take it all the way down.
It's all superficial. Or attack medics, but it's all superficial to the arms.
Rolling for CAC.
Here we go. Doc Yancey's going to be your attack doc.
Okay. Let's roll over and check his bag for any blood source there. Otherwise, I'll show you blood from his arms. Which way? Away from us?
Hey, I won't control those arms still, okay?
We're just going to stop at 312. I think I'm reading that right, 312. Essentially, the rest of the footage kind of shows you guys administering that emergency aid at the top of the stairs. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for the witness.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, based on your recollection and the images captured here, it appears that Mr. Tellis had lost a substantial amount of blood.
Correct.
Did you have any indication at this time whether he had ingested drugs or alcohol?
I didn't. The attending physician, John Anson, they made the determination that he possibly ingested something. I believe they gave him 2 doses of Narcan.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may... Yeah. Okay, at this time we're going to conclude for the day. We will resume again Monday morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning, 10:30.